sort of air quality, wellness, transportation. Does that never know?
It's not being
because there's a huge amount. It means more asking a special amount.
Okay, podium, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Podium check, 1, 2, 3.
It's just not
Manager mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Manager mic, check 1, 2, 3. County clerk, mic check 1, 2, 3. County clerk, testing 1, 2, 3. Attorney mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Attorney mic, check, check 1, 2, 3. Meitzner mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Meitzner mic, check, check 1, 2, 3. Dennis mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Oops, excuse me. Dennis mic, check 1, 2, 3. Beatty mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Beatty mic, check 1, 2, 3. Lopez mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Lopez mic, check 1, 2, 3. Howell mic, testing 1, 2, 3. Howell mic, check 1, 2, 3. All right, if everyone can hear me, we're going to be starting in a little over a minute, so stand by. Probably about a minute and a half. Okay, 30 seconds, stand by. Twenty seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Sedgwick County Board of County Commission meeting for Wednesday, March the 6th. We're glad you're joining us today. Those that are joining us online or on our television partner KPTS, we welcome you. Those that are here in person, we're glad you're joining us. When you walked in this morning, you could have picked up a meeting agenda. There's also, you can go online at sedgwickcounty.gov. You can see all the backup support material on there as well. We encourage you to do that. I'm going to take a point of privilege because of the number of people that have signed up apparently for public comment and some of the things that we have on our schedule today. I'm going to make some adjustments if you have that agenda in front of you to the order that we're going to work through today. As you can see, as we start out with county announcements, public agenda, right after item D, that's an appointment. We're going to do a couple different things before we get to item E. We have some urgent legislative issues we need to discuss. We need to get a letter signed and sent up for a testimony in a committee hearing. I'm going to do a legislative agenda. I'm going to move up before item E. I'm also going to move up item H, annual exploration place report. They have a big event this afternoon, a groundbreaking event this afternoon, and we want to get them started on that and give them plenty of time. So I'm also going to move item H up before item E. Clerk, you following me? So that a way that we can hear a wonderful update from our partners at Exploration Place and get them on their way to prepare for their afternoon event. Any objections to moving that today? Good to go? Okay. Would you like to welcome the crew, David? I think that'd be, please do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is also a little out of order, but
It's okay.
I want to welcome the crew of the USS Wichita who are here in the audience today. We thank you so much for your service to our nation. I did have the great privilege of serving on the commissioning committee. I was there when we commissioned that ship. It was a very impressive ceremony as they started that ship up for the very first time, and the sponsor of the ship was there to christen the ship. Again, if you have an opportunity to stop by my office, although I think the meeting will go longer than what you want to hang around today, but I have a picture of the USS Wichita hanging in my office with a Navy plane flying over the top. That part of that plane was built here in Wichita. We appreciate you very much, Commander, and your crew.
Yes.
Thank you very much for being here. We sincerely appreciate your service to our nation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Welcome. We're glad you're joining us this morning. Okay. That being said, I want to call officially the meeting to order for Wednesday, March 6, 2024. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation to be led by Pastor Mark Lovett with Emmanuel Lutheran Church. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
Okay. Since we don't have them here this morning, why don't we just honor this with a moment of silence? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Very good. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. March 4 through 8 is Severe Weather Preparedness Week. Kansas experiences a wide variety of many severe weather, including tornadoes, damaging winds, large hail, and flash flooding. Here to talk more about this is Julie Simpson of Emergency Management. Ma'am?
Hi, Julie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Julie Stimson, Emergency Management Director. So as Nicole said, this week is Severe Weather Preparedness Week. We participate in this week every year, and today we're going to participate in a statewide tornado drill. Today at 11 a.m., the outdoor warning system will be sounded. It will sound out for a full 5 minutes, as it would for a normal actual tornado. Oh, there we go. Yes, the sirens will be going off. No, it isn't Monday, and no, there isn't a tornado. Today at 11 o'clock. We will also be sending out the text message and email through our mass notification system for those who have signed up through Civic Ready. And I do want to emphasize this will not be a wireless emergency alert. We're not sounding off the bells and whistles of your cell phones like a normal tornado would. But for the folks who signed up for that emails and text notifications, we will send a message out. A couple of things to note. The outdoor warning system will sound, like I said, for the full 5 minutes. Also, many local businesses are participating and conducting their own drills. We already got a few phone calls this morning. Textron had done an early morning drill with their crews when we got some calls thinking that our sirens were going off, and it wasn't. They will be conducting drills through all 9 shifts, so those living near both the east and west campuses may hear sirens going off. They do have a drill scheduled tonight at 7 p.m. as well as 10 a.m. on Saturday and 9 p.m. on Saturday. So just kind of special to note. Those are not going to be our county systems going off. We do encourage everyone to prepare for storm season now. Have an emergency kit readily accessible. Locate your safe spot, basement or lowest, most interior room of the facility. Try to get as many walls between you and the outside. Have multiple ways to receive emergency alerts and know the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch is usually issued hours in advance, and that's the time to start going over your plans that if this does happen, where am I going to go? How am I going to communicate with my loved ones? A warning means severe weather is either about to happen or is happening, and that's too late to plan. That's when you need to start taking action. So when we have severe storm watches, tornado watches, go over your plans and communication plans with your loved ones. You can find more tips this week on our social media pages. Our local news networks are also educating folks on severe weather preparedness, and you can also visit ready.gov at any time for some tools and checklists and things to consider. We also want to invite the public to attend Storm Fury on the Plains, Wednesday, March 20th at 6 p.m. at Northwest High. We also have several sessions scheduled throughout the local communities, and we do have our schedule on our webpage. We do encourage it's open to the public, it's free, it's not necessarily storm spotting, it's more storm safety focused, so please come out to the communities to learn some more about weather. And that is really all I have at this point. Ready for any kind of questions.
Fabulous update. Any questions or comments for Julie?
And then at 11 a.m., if this meeting is still going on, we are in where we should be, and that should be very minimal interruptions.
So we have your permission to continue business?
Yes, absolutely.
Julie, you guys do a great job. Thank you so much for all the work you put into protecting this community and making sure everyone in this community is aware of all the resources they need to be and being readily available for any dangerous weather that we have this spring and summer. So thank you.
Thank you.
The presidential preference primary election is well underway, with advance in-person voting beginning yesterday at the election office. Early vote centers will open March 12th through 16th. The last day to vote early in person is March 18th at the election office. The presidential primary election day is March 19th, with polling locations open 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Remember that advance by mail ballots must be returned by the closing of polls on March 19th, and also if you are in line to vote, when the polls close at 7, please stay in line. And last but not least, as Commissioner Dennis noted, we have a special group with us today, the USS Wichita crew. Here to talk more about the crew and their visit is Mallory Morton of the United States Navy League Wichita Council.
Well, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. As she stated, my name is Mallory Morton, and I'm with the Wichita Navy League. Part of our mission is to support the crew of the USS Wichita, and we are so happy to have them here this week with us. We are sponsoring their trip, and as noted, there are 10 sailors with us this morning. Among them, we have Commander Ringo, who will speak in just a moment, and we also have 2 of our scholarship winners. One thing that we do is oversee the scholarship, and those funds have been provided by the Lear family when the ship was commissioned. So we have our 2 recipients that are actually our first recipients since this began. Due to COVID, there has been a delay. So we just want to thank you for recognizing this crew and welcoming them to Wichita. As you know, there is a banquet Thursday night, and we would also like to express our appreciation for the county being a major sponsor for that banquet. So now to visit with you is Commander Brett Ringo.
Very good. Commander Ringo, welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Truly honored to be here. My name is Commander Brett Ringo. I am the commanding officer of the USS Wichita, which is a littoral combat ship, Freedom Variant 13, based out of Mayport, Florida. With me today, I have 9 outstanding warriors that have all excelled in our time on board. Our ship's done 2 deployments back-to-back, which created a lot of busy work for the team. And so we finally found some opportunity to come back and do a namesake visit and pay homage to the community. Thank you for all your support and endeavors, especially with the Lear family and their scholarship and ordering some of our finest sailors on board opportunities to continue education at a higher level. So I just want to say we are so honored to be here, really looking forward to meeting the community that has truly helped us through our time since commissioning. And looking forward, especially to schools. We got a couple high schools we're visiting, elementary schools, and just to pay homage for all your support. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commander. Commissioner Dennis.
Oh, thank you. I've always welcomed the crew and Captain, but Sedgwick County has been involved in this every step of the way. I know before some of the commissioners were on the bench, we actually put $25,000 towards the commissioning from Sedgwick County to help support that. Also, I'm a plank owner of the USS Wichita. I'll have to explain that later on to some of the other folks that haven't been in the military, but I'm very proud to be a plank owner of the USS Wichita, and that's also up in my office right now for display. LCS is a very interesting ship, and it's designed to be in close to the shore and do interdiction and so forth. So it's a little bit different kind of ship. It goes fast enough you can water ski behind it if you'd like to. But, it's a very interesting ship. Again, I was very pleased to be able to attend the commissioning of that ship and watch that come alive. So again, thanks to each and every one of you for your service to our nation. It is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Howell?
I don't know if the plan is this morning, but I think after our proclamation, I would love to see these folks have a picture with the commission, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea.
Thank you,
Yeah, I
Chairman.
really do. We have two veterans set up here on the bench, Commissioner Dennis and Commissioner Howell, and they are it's always top of mind with this commission of how we best support our military, and particularly with McConnell here in town. There was a lot of activity, and Commissioner Lopez was just there yesterday on base with them. So we just want you to know how deeply appreciative we are of you, your service, the way you conduct yourselves, and you being here today to celebrate what it is you do, but also to engage this community. It means a lot. It means the world to us. So we appreciate you, Commander. So thank you. We'll do we're going to do a proclamation, or do you want to break before we get into public agenda after Tom, when do you think's best? Let's do that. Why don't we do that? Why don't we finish our public or our county announcements, then we're going to break and take a picture and come back for public agenda.
Perfect.
Is that cool? Commander,
Awesome.
bless you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Nicole? It's good as usual. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, why don't we pause for a moment? We're going to take 5 minutes. We've got a lot of you here, so why don't we go out right here in the hall into the stairs, and we're going to grab a picture so we can celebrate you best. And if you guys can be patient, give us 5 minutes to do this. We'll be right back. Stay on your best behavior.
Where are you guys from? Where's your home? They did with me, it was 3 months. Did he have an injury?
Okay. All right, we're back. Let's resume business here. Back to work we go. Madam Clerk, next item.
Public agenda.
Okay, on the public agenda, for those that have signed up, I'm looking, almost everyone is for the solar conversation that will take place on item F. With your permission, could we hold your public comment until we actually get to that item so we can keep things in order and keep the idea streaming in the right? If there's any objections, anybody that's signed up that would like to speak now, just let me know. We also have some public agenda for item E. That's a conditional use permit. Mrs. Mitchell, would you be willing to wait for that time too? Okay, good. Is there anybody else that has signed up that I might be missing? John, would you like to speak in public comment now? Yes, I can do now. Okay. So one person we'll go ahead and do now, and then we'll. Good morning, sir. If you can state your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Don Nicholas, Derby, Kansas. I am here in regard to the resolution that appears on the agenda immediately after solar. And I wish to address that and perhaps some information that you need to have. My experience with zoning is rather limited, so I'm choosing not to talk on that. But supply and demand of electrical generation is a dynamic process. Power generation, distribution losses, and all sorts of loads need to be met. If we don't have good information, we're going to have some unintended consequences of those decisions that we make. As we look the last couple of years, we've implemented 2 different types of laws. County Public Works has a policy relating to energy. There may be others out there. I could not find them in one single place over the last 2 weeks. I think it's a reliability issue, a redundancy issue that's important to the entire county. Whether or not we do have 7 generating stations in Sedgwick County. That doesn't count any solar or any wind. If we don't match those, then we're going to have high tension lines. And if they're bringing power in, they're going to go through districts that won't have solar or wind energy. That is a concern, and we need to deal with that. You could look at the Kansas Energy Regulatory Commission document number that I mentioned, and Senator Moran's comments about how unfair that is to Kansas residents. We need to work on this. So my recommendation is, under this proposed resolution, that we spend the time gathering some additional information on the issues I'm raising here and perhaps raised by others relating to the effect on rates. We all pay an electric bill. So I'd be pleased to answer any questions in my area or available to help in the review process.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, John, we appreciate your comments and your feedback. Do you have any questions from the bench? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points. John does serve as the CAB chair for District 5. Appreciate your service. Thank you for that. And also in your private sector life, you're do a energy consulting or energy audit team. What do you do exactly?
I was doing that. I retired medically in 2020. I certified Energy Star New Homes, and I consulted on a number of solar projects where businesses or residents wanted to look at the cost aspects of buying solar panels versus adding insulation and other things. Some of my recommendations were not to put solar panels. Some of my recommendations were. And I did get several referrals from solar installers during that 10-year period telling me that they wanted their customer to have that type of analysis before they went on. I also was involved in a number of utility analysis studies of historical data to see if the building was actually performing as it was designed to with
So with that point, I would just make this point. I've been listening. I've offered virtually zero feedback to those that have spoken to me regarding their opinions on solar. I've been listening, trying to learn, and I would put those arguments primarily into 2 or 3 different piles or camps, if you will. There has been very little discussion about the cost of energy that I've seen. Maybe there is a discussion out there. That hasn't been the primary discussion. It has been about carbon, it has been about land use, it's been about property rights. Other topics have come up consistently, but the issue of cost to the user has been a lesser argument, lesser discussion, I think. So as people speak today, I hope that they do consider, if they have information regarding that, it might be good to hear some of that information today. But again, I hope I said that okay, and thank you for your testimony.
You did great, and yeah, we do need to consider that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, John. Appreciate your feedback. Okay. So the rest of the public agenda, we'll move towards those actual topics when we discuss them on the agenda. Next item, please.
Receive
make a
and
motion to
file.
receive and file.
We are. He did speak, didn't he?
I make a motion to receive and file.
And I'll second that motion. So, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis. Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Now we can do next item.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular meeting minutes of February 7th, 2024.
Okay, Commissioners, we've all had a chance to review the meeting minutes for February 7th and February 14th. Any questions, concerns, changes you would recommend? Seeing none, I'll make a motion combining items A and B to approve the meeting minutes of February 7th and February 14th, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Proclamations. Item C, proclamation declaring the Health and Wellness Coalition 20th anniversary.
Very good. I've asked Commissioner Dennis to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I'm a member of the Health and Wellness Coalition, so I'm real proud to read this today. Whereas the Health and Wellness Coalition hosted its first meeting in January of 2024 with 12 organizations in attendance. Sedgwick County organizations that are still involved include the Health Department and our Sedgwick County Department of Aging. And whereas the Health and Wellness Coalition was formed to promote physical activity and good nutrition to every generation living in Greater Wichita area. 2 important factors in chronic disease prevention, and with oversight from Medical Society of Sedgwick County, it has grown to over 220 partner organizations gathering monthly. And whereas the Health and Wellness Coalition has continued to grow as a trusted and respected community coalition, led by a diverse advisory council, the coalition has been instrumental in many health promotion policies and programs, such as the implementation of the Bicycle Master Plan in 2013 and the Food System Master Plan in 2022. And whereas the Health and Wellness Coalition has hosted an annual Working Well conference since 2005, with the 19th conference being held on April 11th, 2024. The conference is led by a volunteer committee and has had a self-sustained budget since 2006. Over 100 unique organizations attend the conference each year with a potential to reach 40,000 employees. And whereas the Health and Wellness Coalition has shown by its actions and good works for the past 20 years that it is a significant asset to the community, providing leadership and funding projects that have greatly benefited the area and its citizens. Now therefore be it resolved that Chairman Ryan K. Beatty and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby proclaim 2024 as Health and Wellness Coalition's 20th anniversary in Sedgwick County, and encourage all citizens to celebrate the 20th anniversary of and recognize the achievements of the Health and Wellness Coalition has made to our community. We commend the coalition for a wonderful history and a bright future. Commissioners, you've heard the proclamation. Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
And here to receive the proclamation is Shelley Rich. She's with the Health and Wellness Coalition. Thank you very much for being here, Shelley.
Hey, Shelley.
Morning. Thank you, Chairman Beatty and members of the Board of Health and especially to Commissioner Dennis for reading the proclamation and serving on the Advisory Council. I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Health and Wellness Coalition, and just a reminder, we promote physical activity and healthy eating in our community. My first interaction with the coalition was attending the 2009 Working Well Conference, and I've had the pleasure of facilitating the coalition since 2015. I'd like to acknowledge several key people who've been instrumental in the coalition's history. Mem McKenzie, Debbie Williams, Becky Tuttle, Adrian Byrne, Sonia Armbruster, and Philip Brownlee. The coalition would not be successful without our community partners, and I'd like to thank those partners who attended today's proclamation to celebrate with us. As was mentioned in the proclamation, our next big event is the 19th Annual Working Well Conference. This year's theme is focusing on building your wellness team. We invite attendees to level up and to learn how to create a healthier, more supportive workplace culture where everyone wins. We're going to be playing into the theme with sports references and encourage you to embrace wellness as a team sport. Visit our website to register prior to March 15th when the rates increase. And I'd love to see representatives from Sedgwick County attending the conference. And if you have any questions, please let me know. So to help celebrate our 20th anniversary, I'd like to encourage everyone to visit our website, join the newsletter list so you can find out about our monthly meetings and our community celebration that we are hosting on September 24th. Thank you.
So very good. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Shelley? Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thanks, Shelley, for being here today. And people can call you if they want to join the coalition, because they're always looking for other people to become involved in it. How do they sign up to go to the conference that's coming up in April?
Our website is hwcwichita.org, and from the main page, you can link to our conference and register there.
Well, good. Well, it's important to Sedgwick County because a big push that we have is keep our community healthy and well. And so we appreciate you being here and appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Shelley, thank you. Thank you guys so much for being here, and happy anniversary, 20 years. What you do for this community is felt, and it's a very important role that you play. So we're glad you're here today. We're glad to celebrate you with the proclamation, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you. We look forward to many more.
Yeah, appreciate you. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Appointments, item D, resolution nominating Ebony Clemens to be considered for reappointment to the Wichita Airport Authority Advisory Board by the City Wichita Council.
Okay, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman Justin Wagner, County Councilor. The Wichita Airport Advisory Board provides advice and recommendations to the City of Wichita on issues affecting municipally owned and operated airports. The Board of County Commissioners has five appointments that are made to this. Each commissioner gets to recommend someone for essentially nomination from the Board of County Commissioners. It ultimately has to get City Council approval. This particular item is from the Chairman BATY to nominate Ebony Clemens for reappointment. Term would expire on March 31st of 2026. The resolution is in order and the recommended action is to adopt it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I don't see Ebony here today. This is a reappointment. Ebony already serves on this board. She is fantastic. When she agreed to serve in this capacity, I was just over the moon with it. Not only is she incredibly brilliant and she's incredibly engaged into this community, but she's also full of a lot of wisdom and grace. So I am pleased to make a motion to nominate Ebony Clemens to be considered for reappointment to the Wichita Airport Authority Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman BATY.
Aye, thank you. Good to have her. Okay, we're going to move some things up in the order here. Commissioner Howell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for an off-agenda item related to the appraiser's valuation summary report he offered to the commission a few weeks ago. There's a correction that needs to be discussed in the public today, so I'd like to make a motion for that off-agenda item.
Okay. I'll second that motion. I see Ronnie here. Is Mark Clark here yet?
Chairman, he's en route. It's at your discretion. If you want to wait for him, we could take one of the other items, or
I'm glad to withdraw my motion if we need to wait. It's fine.
Okay, let's withdraw the motion and we'll see if we can push back and we'll do. Right. So I'm going to move up into the order here. I'm going to do legislative issues now because there's an urgent matter that we need to address. So Ms. Tanya Cole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. As you stated, there is an urgent matter. However, what I would like to do, if you would allow me just 1 minute, is to just give an update where we are at with legislative issues. So there is only 3 weeks left remaining for non-exempt committees to meet and consider bills ahead of the March 22nd deadline. So following the March 22nd committee deadline, floor work will be held all day the week of March 25th, with work ending on March 28th. And then conference committees will then meet the first week of April, with first adjournment scheduled for April 5th. So we did have a busy week this week. I realize it's only Wednesday. However, yesterday, Chairman was there yesterday in Topeka to testify on House Bill 2723, which is the homeless infrastructure bill. And then Commissioner Meitzner was also there yesterday testifying on Senate Bill 431, which is the Father Capon bill for the statue at the Capitol. And then Chris Labrum is there today testifying on Senate Bill 362, which is repealing the expiration provisions of Sedgwick County Urban Area Nuisance Abatement Act. So I just wanted to give you those updates.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so regarding the urgent matter, commissioners received an email today from Judge Macias regarding House Bill 2381. And so let me, if I can, you all should have that email in front of you. And so this matter is a bill that would amend the Child in Need of Care Code. And so if you would just allow me just to read off some of what this email describes. So the change in the statute, KSA 382205, in this bill would amend to read as follows. 382205A would be the appointment of an attorney for the child. Upon the filing of a petition, the court shall appoint an attorney to serve as counsel and represent a child who is the subject of proceeding under this code. And then under KSA 382205B, appointment of guardian ad litem for child. Upon the filing of a petition or any time thereafter, the court may appoint an attorney to serve as guardian ad litem for a child who is the subject of proceedings under this code. So Judge Macias is stating, under the current code, the guardian ad litem represents the best interests of the children, while the proposed change would have an attorney to represent the child, which is an advocacy position. So he states this is an unwieldy position and likely very costly to Sedgwick County. Sedgwick County currently pays for the guardian ad litem via a contract. There are currently 4 judges that serve the juvenile division, each hearing SINC cases, child in need of care cases, and juvenile offense cases. Each judge has 2 guardian ad litems whom serve as representing the best interests of the children, thereby allowing them to represent the collective best interests of a sibling group. So he's stating that whereas it is highly likely we judges will then have to appoint, with these changes to the statute, appoint multiple attorneys to ensure each sibling is represented. A significant number of our cases, he's stating the SINC cases have multiple siblings. So he's stating that there are 2 glaring issues with this change in the bill. The county will have to pick up the expense of the additionally required appointed attorneys, and 2, currently there are not nearly enough attorneys practicing in this area of law. Thus, to attract additional attorneys, it would require an increase in the hourly rate now utilized for legal representation. So I think the question for commissioners is, do you want to put in written testimony in opposition of this bill?
Okay, so he's asking for opposition to this bill, the amended changes in the bill. I would just say, we'll get to some questions and comments. Judge Macias, I am incredibly grateful for his advocacy for our vulnerable children. I work with Judge Macias a lot in the foster care community. I take the things that he brings to our attention very seriously, and if he is willing to address this issue, particularly with the SINC code, I think that we should listen to what he's saying, and it would be my advice that we honor his request and submit testimony. So, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support that. We received this email from a judge yesterday. He sent it at 5:17, so it was
I'm sorry. Okay.
It was kind of late in the day. So this was kind of new information to us. This morning I got a hold of the manager and Tanya and said we probably ought to take a look at this because he is an expert in this area and I do respect very much his opinions on this. So the reason that this is before us is that there is a hearing on this tomorrow, and if we're going to get our testimony in, we have to get it in by like 9 or 10 o'clock this morning.
It's typically 24 hours before the hearing, so I think we do have some time, but I would encourage us to get it in as soon as we can.
So that's why it's kind of a rush for us to bring this up to everyone and move it up on our agenda so that we can get the written testimony put together this morning and get it up to Topeka so that our lobbyists can help us with this. So I support it at the appropriate time. We need to get a motion to allow this commission to send a letter in opposition to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I read the letter from Judge Macias. I'm just now catching up to kind of what this bill does. This is about a child in need of care. And the requester of this bill was Susan Humphreys, who is an attorney for children. And I have huge respect for her as well.
Yes.
She is a champion for children in Sedgwick County, and I love what she does for our community. At the same time, I have incredible respect for Judge Macias. He's one of our, my opinion, one of our best judges when it comes to children and children's issues. So I'm a little bit torn between understanding the perspective of these two really well-respected people. I would also point out this is actually a second hearing, if you will, on this. They had a first day of hearings back in February, and then this is now a continuation of that hearing. I wish I would have known that. I would have probably watched that first half because I'm sure it's available for us to see the nature of that hearing. Before this meeting started, because I have such great respect for Judge Macias, I would have assumed that we should support him. But now that I'm understanding just a little bit more, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with just simply pledging my support to one side or the other without understanding this. I don't know if our attorney has an opinion here or not, but it seems to me that this is an option. It's not a mandate. This provides an attorney in addition to an ad litem representative for that child. So I don't know if this is necessarily taking anything away. It is making sure there is an attorney to represent that child's needs. So I don't know if you can speak to that, Counselor.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hal. Justin Wagner, County Counsel. I'd defer to Adrienne Clark, Assistant County Counsel. She's reviewed this bill in more depth than I have.
Good morning. Adrienne Clark, Assistant County Counselor. Actually, what this amendment would do, currently under the Child in Need of Care Code, it is required that guardian ad litem be appointed for the children in these cases, and an attorney is not always appointed. This would kind of flip that, and it would require an attorney to be appointed for each child, and then make it optional for the guardian ad litem. So it may not even happen that there's someone there to advocate for what's actually the best interest of the child. And another concern is the attorney's role in this is not necessarily what's in the best interest of the child. It's more, as Judge Macias said, from a advocacy standpoint, and they're even supposed to, rather than look at the best interest, the language of the bill suggests that they would determine what the child would decide if the child were capable of making an adequately considered decision, which is kind of a gray area. I don't know how an attorney really determines that. And it says the attorney shall take direction from the child as the child develops the capacity to direct the attorney, which is also concerning because I'm not sure at what point it would be determined the child has capacity to dictate what happens in that case. And
yeah. Let me comment back, maybe this is a question as well, but under the definitions in the bill, the word child in need of care means a person less than 18 years of age at the time of filing a petition of issuance of an ex parte protective custody order. So again, if someone's 16 or 17 years old, I think their opinion might be really important to know what they know and to take that into consideration here. One thing I don't think is clear in the bill is if there is a guardian ad litem representative appointed, is that at the request of the child or a request of the judge? Is it how is that decision made that the guardian ad litem actually is to be made available to this child's case?
So currently it is the court shall appoint, so that's at the direction of the court, and if this would change it to the court may appoint.
Okay, so could the child or someone in the case make that request to get a guardian, and would it be subjective just to the judge's personal opinion whether this is something that's appropriate then?
It would leave that up to the judge ultimately.
Okay. Chairman, I don't know what to do here. I'm a little bit torn. I
get it.
Okay, so I'm not sure.
It's just difficult because those two individuals, Susan Humphreys, Representative Humphreys, is a staunch advocate for children's rights. She's practiced law in this area for a long period of time. Judge Macias, I know personally as well. And I will tell you, the guardian ad litem, as though someone who has experience in this field, it is a very necessary part of this process, and that does take into account particularly teenage children that are in placement, takes into account their opinions. I am in favor of supporting Judge Macias's request. It's not a discredit to Representative Humphreys. It's just I think that we do need to weigh in on something of this magnitude, and he's requesting our testimony.
Chairman, may I continue?
Please.
So one way to solve this potentially would be to represent the concern of Judge Macias in our testimony, as well as show support to Representative Humphreys by being neutral, but making comments regarding the concerns of the judge and recognizing, if you will, the importance of having appropriate representation as a guardian ad litem as well as an attorney. Again, reversing these might make sense, but at the end of the day, I don't want this child to be unrepresented by someone who has the best interest of the child. To me, that's our number one concern. I want to make sure that the child's taken care of. And rather than taking a position as a proponent or opponent, because I don't frankly understand the bill that well, I would rather say I think his concerns are valid, and I want his concerns to be considered. At the same time, I don't want to disregard Representative Humphrey's opinion either. So I would personally rather see us write the testimony representing the judge's concerns, but come in as neutral.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, and I think, as Commissioner House stated, I think you make a reasonable argument. We haven't had a deep chance to really study the history of this bill and what's going on, and I think your comments are merited. So I would be in support of taking a neutral position, and in our comments as we write testimony that we make acknowledgement of some of our concerns. Commissioner Lopez?
Thank you. I agree. I think going neutral is probably the easiest way to handle that situation. But I have just one question. Do we have any idea what the additional cost to the county would be? I know that was part of.
I don't. I sent this information this morning to Lindsay, but I'm sure that she's just now getting it. So that is information we will certainly try to get.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments for Tanya or Adrian? Commissioner Meitzner.
Yeah, thank you for the conversation and the quick learning on this item. And I do respect Representative Humphreys a lot on her credentials, as you spoke, are good. So I think a neutral position is good, pointing out the concerns of our local judges and recognizing. So I would agree with moving that in that direction.
Okay, very good. Well, I think we've got some pretty robust thoughts here. Commissioner, how would you like to make a motion?
Chairman, would the staff need a little time to adjust I know that they were trying to prep some written testimony. Do you need some time to adjust that based on our comments this morning?
We're going to work on it this morning, and we should be able to turn this.
And it's due this afternoon, is correct?
Yeah,
so we have some time.
The hearing is tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think based on that, I trust our staff to kind of capture our opinion on this. I want to show support to both, and again, my greatest concerns for this child. I would like it if you'd be willing to. So I guess, Chairman, what I'd say is this: I'd like to make a motion that we would empower staff to draft testimony on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and authorize the chairman to sign that testimony, coming in as neutral to showing support both to Representative Humphreys as well as to Judge Rick Macias, with a concern about the children's representatives being in the best interest of the child, whether it be an attorney or guardian ad litem, that frankly we see value in both. I trust the committee will do what's best. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought, I guess my motion is this, to trust staff to draft that legislation or that legislation testimony with that in mind, and to submit that to the chairman for a signature, and then to get that to Topeka before the hearing deadline this afternoon. So that's my motion.
I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Very good.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you for being flexible in doing this. Okay, moving to next item, we're going to move up in the agenda, item H. So, Madam Clerk, would you like to call item H?
Item H, Annual Exploration Place Report.
Mr. Kaufman, sir.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Tim Kaufman, Deputy County Manager. Each year, Exploration Place provides an annual report to the Board of County Commissioners. Today, Adam Smith, President and CEO of Exploration Place, will provide a summary of a really outstanding 2023, and Gail Malone, Chair of the Exploration Place Board, will talk about a lot of exciting things on the horizon.
Yeah,
So,
very good. Adam, welcome this morning. As always, we're so glad you're here.
Morning, Commissioners. Excited to be here. Okay, as Tim said, I'll cover the annual report, and then I'll hand over to Gail, who will give you an update on our capital campaign and development project that we call EP2, and then both of us be happy to take any questions from you. Just a reminder of the mission of Exploration Place. I won't read it, but I love this photo of the drone show that we did last September, because for me, that event is a really good expression of our mission. One of the frustrations of my job is that inspiration, it's really hard to measure that when you're inspiring someone, but that is our mission, and I think that's one of the things we do in the community. But I will say, standing in the middle of 12,000 people watching those drones and hearing the gasps from the kids and them shouting out and the excitement there, I know we are accomplishing our mission in that moment, and we try and carry that through. Everything that we do. And I will say that particular event, I was just thrilled how that went this year, as well as the ticketed audience that came to Exploration Place. We estimated another 50,000 people watched the event from somewhere, and it's visible from miles around, and we get such good feedback on it, and looking forward to that being an annual fixture with Exploration Place's calendar. Our mission also commits us to serve everyone in the community, and I did want to just mention that I'm really proud of the progress that we're making. And in order to be a business, we have to charge admission prices to come to Exploration Place, but there are some people in our community that's a barrier for. So we work really hard to provide admission to people that maybe don't have the economic resources to come. And in the last year, more than 26,000 people came to Exploration Place through those programs. Our military have left us, but part of the free admission program is we participate in the Blue Star program, and there's thousands of our military families benefit from that free admission each year also. Also, every Title I school in Sedgwick County is eligible for a free field trip to Exploration Place, and that gets used a lot. The last stat here is family memberships. That is, I've actually got a slide that shows the tremendous progress we've been making with household memberships at Exploration Place. For me, that's another dimension of access. By policy, we're trying to keep the cost of a family membership affordable. It's $85, and you can come as many times as you want all year round. And we have several families last year that came more than 100 times to Exploration Place. The average is 8 per household, but that means for that family it's a $10 on average visit to Exploration Place, and I think for a lot of working families in Sedgwick County, it's good value, and we're providing something that they really want. And I think that the chart shows quite powerfully that since 2019, we've literally doubled our membership. And I should mention that the large majority of these members live in Sedgwick County. If I tried to show you everything we did last year, I would be here for about an hour. So I'm just going to gallop through just a few highlights. We started with dinosaurs. That was a great exhibit for Exploration Place and all the surrounding things. I've actually just yesterday signed a contract for another dinosaur exhibit in 2025 because our audience clearly loved that as a theme. We are trying to work on some of our permanent exhibits, and we installed this amazing carpet and the entrance to Exploration Place. It's a sort of mapped in the carpet as a 26-mile journey along the Arkansas River. We opened a new sensory garden on one of our terraces. The traveling exhibits in general did really well. The Electric Playhouse, which this is a photo of, was particularly successful for us in the fall and as the year closed out. It's kind of hard to describe in a static photo like this, but it was sort of like a new kind of play that was really appealing to our family audience. Camps have been super strong for us. Part of what we're trying to do with the EP2 initiative that Gail will brief you on is expand our capacity for camps, because we could easily sell double or triple the amount of camp spaces right now. In many ways, we're acting as it is childcare when our camps are on. Schools are out, and we're providing not just an educational service for the kids that come to camp, we're providing a childcare service for the parents that drop the kids off. So that side of the house is doing really great. When I put my slides together, I didn't know you were recognizing the Health and Wellness Coalition this morning, but the park run, which we do every Saturday morning, nearly 5,000 people participated in that last year. For us, that was starting to explore the idea of Exploration Place, not just as an indoor organization, but what can we do when we program and activate the 20-acre riverfront property that we occupy. Park Run has been really, for me, one of the best things that's happened at Exploration Place in the last couple of years. An amazing community has grown around it. And I should shout out that it would not have happened without the encouragement and the help of the Health and Wellness Coalition in getting it started. So I should mention that. The Dome Theatre is a very, very interesting thing at Exploration Place. When we opened that in the year 2000, it was like almost precisely the worst time in the history of large theatres to try and it was literally the point at which the bottom fell out of the market and public interest in IMAX and those kind of experiences really dwindled. But no question, the circle has come back around. We are seeing by far the best numbers we've ever seen in the Dome. And it's all coming from delivering this sort of unique experience. It's a sort of virtual reality theater. If you're familiar with this sphere in Las Vegas that's been getting a lot of attention, well, Wichita already, it's a little bit smaller, but we've already got the ability to deliver that kind of experience. And whenever we've been doing it with things like Luminous or the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon show or the Beautifica thing that we've been showing, we're getting amazing feedback. And it's exciting to me because in our strategic plan that the board approved coming up on 4 years ago, one of the goals we set for ourselves was we always want to be a great place for kids and families, but we also want to be a place that adults can come as well and be part of, for 20-somethings that are dating or whatever. And we're definitely, the Dome and some of that kind of programming is definitely sort of opening up that side of Exploration Place. So all of that combined led us to, as Tim intimated, we had a great year. We measure lots of different things about Exploration Place, our financial performance and our Google reviews and our memberships, etc. But usually the sort of ultimate measure of how well are we doing as an organization is how many people are coming and participating in the programming. So for us to have literally the best year we've ever had since we opened is very rewarding actually for our team, and I think it is a sign that we've changed the programming mix, we've upped our activity level, we're doing a lot more. And I think it's really starting to, you can very clearly see, by the way, on this chart, that we had a pandemic and all of the disruption of that, but we've come out on the other side in a really strong place. I actually didn't expect to hit 400,000 visitors a year until after we developed the outdoor expansion, but to hit it now is fantastic. Got a couple of challenges that I want to flag. Definitely in the last year or two, start to run into some natural issues that the building is 25 years old, and so chasing issues with HVAC and sewage and electrical and the roofs leaking and things like that. It's a natural thing that as a building ages, we're going to start to run into those things. If there's any good news here, when Exploration Place was founded, Velma Wallace made a very large contribution, and nearly $6 million of her contribution was put into an endowment because the founders of Exploration Place knew even then that it was going to have maintenance issues as the building aged. So the board and investment committee have nurtured that endowment, and I think over the next decade, we've done a forward-looking analysis. The biggest issue is we're going to need to replace the entire roof of Exploration Place at some point, and some major investments are going to be required in chillers and electrical, etc. Over the next 10 years, I'm anticipating about $10 million of expenditure. But if there's any good news for you, because we've been nurturing that endowment, we shouldn't need to come asking the Board of County Commissioners to support those repairs. We've got a plan, and but that's definitely going to be a significant feature of our future. And the other challenge is that right now, it's almost like Exploration Place is everyone's doing double duty. That we're running the organization at a historically high level of activity while we're also developing a major expansion. And I just want to mention that I really appreciate my staff, my board, and all of our volunteers, because everyone's working so hard right now. It's a difficult time. I think any business, and I know this applies to the county as well, recruiting staff and retaining staff, there are challenges there. So that occupies a lot of my time. But overall, I think as annual reports go, I'm really, really proud of what the organization was able to accomplish in 2023. And we'll now hand over to Gail, who'll brief you on what's coming.
Thank you. I love this opportunity. Adam got to talk to you about what we've done in the past, and I get to talk to you about what's happening now and in the future. And it is so exciting and so bright. The first thing that I'm going to talk to you about is today. I will hopefully see all of you at 3:30 at Exploration Place as we do the groundbreaking for the Wichita Foundation Amphitheater. Having the Wichita Foundation as a major donor of this very visible project not only provides a generous financial donation, but it creates a partnership with a very respected community organization. The Wichita Foundation support speaks volumes to this community and also to its visitors. This project will include a new stage for different events, pedestrian pathways, beautification of the area, EV charging stations, as well as aesthetic landscaping along the river to enhance its beauties. It seems appropriate with the location of the Wichita Foundation Amphitheater that its opening will be this year. This is the year that we as a community will celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Keeper of the Plains. This iconic statue will always be visible from the amphitheater. Just imagine the drone show this year and next year from this new and renovated area. The next phase of EP2 is the Destination Playscape, which plans to open fall of 2025. 10 individual playgrounds that together create one epic destination. children of all ages will have the chance to roll down the hills, climb rope structures, swing high in the sky, slide down very unique slides, climb to the heights unmatched in this community, and frolic in the water. Some of the experiences that can be found at the EP2 Play Destination. These different playgrounds represent our city, our community, county, and state. These areas emphasize agriculture, aviation, the bison, the sunflowers, and water, just to name a few, all created in a beautifully landscaped park in the middle of our city. We have gathered together a team of well-known and respected experts in the industry to create a world-class playground destination. Looking at these two components, you can imagine really being there and experiencing this. When we have completed EP2, it will be as ever bit iconic as the Exploration Place building that we currently are in. The project impact and key goals are as follows: to improve the quality of life for residents in Sedgwick County, to increase tourism, which directly creates more economic impact, to help attract a workforce talent, something that this community has been striving for, improve STEM education resources, increase child care access with a new education center, which will expand our camps. These translate to more than 10,000 days per year of childcare. As Adam mentioned earlier, last year we had our best attendance, which was over 400,000 visitors. Our estimated attendance after the first year will be 1 million. Yes, that is more than double of what we did last year. Currently, Exploration Place provides an economic impact to this community of $21 million. Our research shows that when EP2 is opened, that will jump to $66.7 million per year. Just imagine what that can do for this community. Here is a list of some of our funding partners for this initiative. The wide support we have received from the private sector, along with city, county, and state, has really been overwhelming. You may now wonder, where are we with the campaign? To date, I am very proud to say that we have raised $15.2 million in gifts and pledges. We have a $3 million pending gift out. That leaves us with $3.8 million, or just roughly 18% of our $22 million goal that needs to be raised. Yes, we all know the last part of a fundraising campaign is always the hardest. But we have such great momentum going right now in this community. We have a wonderful team that I am sure will secure the needed funds. I'm confident from my experience that we're going to raise these funds, and we're going to raise them soon. This community and its citizens have been very supportive of the Wichita Foundation Amphitheater, EP2 Destination Playscapes, and of Exploration Place in general. On behalf of the board, its staff, I want to thank Commissioner Lopez, Tom Stoltz, and Tim Kaufman for their leadership and guidance, and most importantly, for their continued support. Thank you all very much.
Adam, Gil, thank you so much for the presentation. Questions or comments from the bench? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And thank you all for being here today. We sincerely appreciate it. First of all, as a veteran, I sincerely appreciate your support of veterans. Also, last year, we completely redid the Veterans Day Parade, and we ended up at Exploration Place. This year, we're planning on ending up at Exploration Place and using the new amphitheater for the final location. So thank you very much for that. That is great news. We appreciate it very much. Reflecting back on the previous few years of you briefing us, During COVID, a lot of people just shut down. You accelerated. So I just want to remind the people that during COVID, you reached out to the youth of our community to extend STEM, and many-fold, I can't remember the total numbers, but increase in the contacts of the youth across the state of Kansas. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate the membership increasing. My wife and I are members of this, as we are members of the zoo, and it's a membership that we cherish very much. The economic impact that you brief is astronomical, especially what you're looking at going to $66.7 million economic impact to this region. That is very important. One question that I have for you, I've asked the manager twice now and I haven't got an answer, so I'll ask you all directly. I saw your slide on who all has donated, but I didn't see the city of Wichita. We gave $2.5 million from the county, and I would hope that the city of Wichita would match that. So are they in talks with matching our donation?
First of all, I do want to say that I appreciate the city's cooperation and collaboration on the project so far. They assigned Troy Heitman, the Director of Parks and Rec, to be a member of our steering committee, and have been Troy's expertise as we're trying to bring a world-class play destination to play has been really valuable. Last week, I provided a list to the city of ways that they could help us. I think when I tallied up the list, it was $1,050,000 that was of items on that list. So I think that's with the city right now for their consideration. We're also partnering with the city on a grant application that would extend the parking lot at Exploration Place. It would also help the Indian Museum that you may be aware of. They basically lost all of their primary parking due to unforeseen circumstances. So that one is, if we get the grant from the state, there would be a financial contribution from the city, from Exploration Place, and from the state. So I think we've got a conversation underway, and I've appreciated the spirit of the conversation has been held in so far.
Adam's wordier than I am, but I talked to the city manager 2 days ago. They have an Adam's spot on just a shade over $1 million of support infrastructure, streets, curbs, the process, the work around there. That's what their commitment is.
So just over $1 million. So they're not going to match us.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, you briefed us that you're about $3 million short. I would be very disappointed if the city of Wichita didn't think about matching what the county does. We try and match what they do. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here so much, and really for all the work that you do, because Exploration Place is such a gem for this community, and for my family in particular, we love it. We have been going to Exploration Place since my oldest daughter, who's about to go to college, was a baby, and through every stages of all of my kids' lives. And thinking about the EP2 project, it's so exciting what that means to this community and for families across Sedgwick County and well beyond too. I've driven to Tulsa twice and stayed overnight and think about the economic impact that has in their community. And so I just think that this is just going to be incredible for Wichita, for Sedgwick County, and for this region. I really like that you talked about camps, because now that summer is coming up and we're going to be doing camps again, if anybody wants your kids at Exploration Place camp, you got to do it quick because it sells out very fast. And you also mentioned a lot of the scholarship programs you're doing and free field trips and all that, which is fantastic. But I think it's worth mentioning that there's a lot of camps that are on scholarship as well. So when we talk about the new education center, I know that this will be a part of that conversation as we extend camps going forward. And hopefully, I don't know where we're at exactly on getting camps to every county, but I know we're getting close to getting them in all the counties in Kansas, which is fantastic. I mean, that is great that you guys are doing that. And I also just want to hit really quick, I really enjoy seeing the shift, because for so long, Exploration Place was so strictly focused on the children and making sure that they have a great experience, which we still do, obviously, but there has been a very intentional shift going on to make this more adult-friendly as well. Whether you have the Dirty Dancing movie playing or Hocus Pocus or the 12 Drinks of Christmas. I mean, you can go down the list of all the things that you're doing, but it's so exciting to watch what's happening and to know that we're already at over 400,000 going to with this EP2 project. It's just going to be so much fun to watch everything that happens between now and the next couple of years. So I am very grateful to the work that you do. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's really fun that when we can all celebrate something so wonderful in our community together. So I appreciate your time, and I will see you this afternoon.
Yes. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. And I just want to once again shout I'm so happy that Adam Smith is here in Wichita. Hope you feel like a Wichitan now, right?
Yeah.
You've been here long enough. I think we'll claim you. Anyway, I just wanted to Commissioner Dennis's point. I'm just curious. Will you be updating those status charts to show that Wichita donation or Wichita commitment, if you will, or of a little more than $1 million? Is that $22 million in your shortage right now of a few million? Will that be reflective of that commitment from Wichita?
If they make that commitment, I will be happy and delighted to update the chart.
So really, you're only a couple million short now. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the report. Gail, good to see you again. Adam, thanks for all you do. Watching the history of how it's developed and your attendance is great. All the numbers are looking very good. I congratulate you. And I just kind of thinking it was children focused, and then once a year there was an adult event, chocolate, and sorry I couldn't make it, but it had another great attendance I saw and heard, and as Commissioner Lopez stated, you've really added programs to just diversify all ages and everything. And Commissioner Lopez, thanks for your service on that board, and I know you've done a good job with that. So I just want to congratulate you and wish you the continued success. It's been fun to watch, and thanks for allowing us to be a part of that. So good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you again. An annual update. That's something we'll be incredibly proud that you were in this community and doing what you do. I was on the radio show yesterday and singing your praises. We are proud of you. You are a crown jewel in this community. This afternoon, we're going to come there. We're going to celebrate you again. We're going to put some shovels in the ground. There going to be shovels there today?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're going to get some shovels on the ground, yeah. And we're going to celebrate EP2's big launch.
Told Commissioner Howell he's not getting out of it.
Yeah, he's got one arm.
I got one arm. I'm doing this, baby.
Thank you for everything you do in this community, from how much you care about our children to the programming you're doing and to the investment you're making here. We are very proud of you. Thank you. So,
thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Okay, that's good news. Back on to regular order of business now. Well, we're going to receive and file, aren't we? We're only an hour and a half in, and I'm already messing this thing up.
Just so exciting.
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Now, next item.
Off agenda.
Okay, we can make a motion, Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to interrupt the agenda a little bit. I'll go back to what I said earlier. I'm going to make an off-agenda item that we have a chance to discuss. The appraiser's report found a little bit of a quirk in it, and we want to talk about that publicly. So with that, I'll make an off-agenda item for this discussion. I'm going to make a motion for an off-agenda item for this discussion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. County Appraiser, Mark Clark, good to see you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to bring your attention to slide 40 and 41. There was a brief error there. We want to have open and honest communication and be transparent with everyone. And I do offer my deepest apology for this oversight. there was when you split the data between the increase, decrease, and no change for the residential, the median increase should not be 8%. It is 10%. When you take the median increases of all the percentages together, it is 8%. So when the presentation was put together, the wrong number was selected and put on the slide. And therefore, that is what was reported. We just wanted you to know that that was an honest human mistake and that it was not intentional in any way to mislead. But we want to be open and honest here, and it is slides 40 and 41. So that has been corrected. We have worked with communications, and that information has now been put on the website, and we want to just make sure that everybody can go out there and get the right information. I do want to thank Commissioner Howell. He asked for some data. He loves data. He was looking at that, and he asked a question, and we looked and said, yeah, he's got a point. So, Commissioner Howell, thank you. At the same time, I want to thank Commissioner Lopez. She asked us to come to her Citizens Advisory Board last night. It was very nice to be there, and we made a presentation, and we went ahead and made sure that everybody knew that that error had been made, and we were open and honest and communicated the correct information. And so I just want to make sure that everyone going forward knows that we have made that correction.
Okay. Thank you for that. Commissioner Howell. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am having fun with data. I call it fun because it's interesting to make charts and look at statistics, and I appreciate you very much. I would just say I think you have the most difficult public sector job in Sedgwick County, and I'm sorry that we found a bit of an error. But you know what? You are a human, and I'd like to just reflect on the process here. I don't think that the appraiser's office does not actually target a particular number.
Right.
They do their job independent and irrespective of you will of this slide. They spend a year doing their job, working on finding changes to property valuations, and then when they present it to the commission or to the public, they simply calculate what's the summary of these changes, and that's what you did. And unfortunately, it was a very, very easy, simple math error, process error when you looked at statistics. And so you are human, and you are allowed to be human. So please understand, I'm not upset in any way.
Thank you.
I appreciate you very much, and I'm sorry that this had to be corrected publicly. But at the end of the day, I do want to, since you are here, we have had notices go out, and I know there's a few folks that are above that 10% number that, in fact, really for any number, if they think that they have been, treated unfairly in some way, their valuations are not what they believe it should be.
Right.
There is a process they can make that appeal.
Absolutely.
And can you please explain that real quickly? Because again, I have trouble explaining this as good as you can. So,
if anyone believes that the value on their value notice does not reflect fair market value, or they just want to understand how their value was determined, the only thing they have to do is turn that value notice over and fill it out. Get it back into our office 30 days from the date that's on the front of that valuation notice, or they can simply go to www.sedgwick.org and go to the appraiser's page, and there is the Smart File portal. It is a new piece of software that we've got. They can file for that appeal online.
So I have two more points I'd like to make, and thank you for that explanation. But when these notices come out, I'll just say the commissioners get hammered pretty well, and that's okay. I can handle that, no problem. I like to answer questions and explain things. But to that point, this is fair market value driven.
Right.
You do your job irrespective, again, of what the commissioners might personally believe or want. We don't in any way tell you what to do. You are autonomous from us and independent from us. We don't have any control over your office, and your processes and procedures are independent from the BOCC or the manager for that matter. You guys essentially work for the Kansas Department of Revenue under the Property Valuation Division, are called PVD.
Correct. And
there's also state laws that impact what you do and how you do it. So with that in mind, you have a very difficult job, and what you do is independent of us. And so we have an opportunity to change our budget so that the mill levy can be adjusted if necessary, and hopefully we can do that this year.
because of the increase was such a large number. I think every jurisdiction is going to be challenged essentially to find ways to lower their mill levy, and that's our opportunity. So that's what we need to be working on as commissioners: is how do we trim our budget to not capture that full increase? That's what we need to do. And I'd also say that I look at this as a bell curve. There is numbers above and below this. There's always going to be folks out there that have a 14% increase or a 25% increase or a 40% increase. And for those folks, maybe there's an explanation. But one thing that does give me a little bit of comfort is that your office does submit to a sales ratio study each and every year.
Yes, it does.
It looks at sales prices, which, by the way, you provided that to me as well. And I'm looking at that. Sales prices and compare that with actual appraisal valuations. And then comparing these two, we typically come in a little bit undervalued. And so one thing I think is interesting about Sedgwick County and Wichita especially is that our housing market has been a little bit, correcting itself, so to speak, because of the shortage of housing, the cost of labor, the cost of commodities and materials and all that. So we're seeing, I think, a correction in our markets right now that, again, I'm not as smart about this as you are, obviously, but I think what we're seeing is, even though say 10%, I think the CPI for Midwest was about 4.5%. Why is that? Why are they different? I think the difference is housing is one of those things that's it's kind of exempt from the typical CPI.
Right.
It is market driven, and so with that might give us an opportunity to lower the mill levy this year. So we'll have to talk about that this year. And you're welcome to make any comments. I just want to make those 2 points because I think it's important for the public to understand how this process works.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my comments I was going to bring up during other today, but it has to deal with appraised values and so forth, so it's more appropriate to talk about it at this point in time. I did talk about some of this yesterday morning with the manager, and the problem is we're so reliant on property tax in order to be able to fund government. And as a result, that results from a lot of actions by the legislature where that they eliminated a number of areas where that we were collecting other income rather than just property tax in order to be able to operate government. And it takes money in order for us to run public services, to fund 911, EMS, fire department, sheriff's department, aging, ComCare, all the multitude of different services that we provide for the community. We have to have income. The problem that we have today is that we're moving more and more to relying on property tax for that. Yesterday afternoon, I received a phone call, and I was actually on that phone call for an awful long time. I'll use his first name was David. It's easy for me to remember since that's my first name. But he's 79 years old. He has a son that needs a heart transplant. He is doing everything he can do to stay in his home, but he doesn't believe he's going to be able to stay in his home because he got his property tax valuation, and with his reevaluation, it went up a lot. And I can testify to that. The neat thing you did this year when you sent out the property tax valuations is you put 21 value, 22, 23, and 24 on there. I calculated mine from 21 to 24, 4 years, 43.7% increase. So I'm not the only one that's facing 43.7% increase on the property values. So what's the solution? Well, we've already seen what a small sales tax can do to reduce the mill levy across the board. I know of no other way, and when I talk about sales tax, some people say it's regressive, but I'll guarantee you that people that can't afford to pay their property tax will say that that's more dangerous to them than a regressive sales tax. So a 1 cent sales tax would bring us in about $130 million a year. If we took and applied that sale, is it 140?
140.
Okay, I was off by 10 million.
Just 10 million.
If we took and asked the public, would you support a 1 cent sales tax if 100% of that went to reducing your property tax across the board? I think it would pass because that 1 cent sales tax comes from people that are visiting Exploration Place and the zoo and the Intrust Bank Arena and all the other things that happen here, WSU with basketball games, everything that happens here, people are coming from outside of Sedgwick County, and we'd be garnering their 1 cent sales tax also. So all of the funds that we could use to reduce sales tax wouldn't come from residents of Sedgwick County. I haven't spoken of this before the board before. We have talked about it. I know Commissioner Howell and I have talked about it a couple times. What is a better way for us to be able to run government? We can't stop. Last year, we did everything we could do. We reduced our mill levy from Sedgwick County, and from the bench, I issued a challenge to all the other taxing agencies for them to do the same thing. They didn't. So we didn't get a great tax reduction last year like I was hoping we would. But I think it's time for us to take a look at what other ways that we can fund government that keeps us being able to provide the services that we have to provide for the community and that they demand us to provide, and not rely so much on property tax. So I challenge us to see if the board would think that it's a good idea for us to move forward and ask for a 1 cent sales tax with 100% dedicated to property tax reduction, so that it doesn't go into the coffers of the government for them to add services and other things that they might want to add because they see a windfall in income. I want to reduce property tax. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, how?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say amen to Commissioner Dennis. He's spot on. I've talked about this a lot. You know, people may not understand that our 1% sales tax that Sedgwick County has right now was voter approved. It was permanent. In fact, it was actually maxed out our legislative authority to do that. There is such a thing as a temporary sales tax. Like for the Intrust Bank Arena, we did a temporary sales tax for 30 months and paid for that, but then it dropped back off again. So that was also voter approved. But the 1% sales tax is a maximum that a county can levy. Wichita actually tried to pass a sales tax years ago, and it did not pass, which I understand why. And they seem to be, maybe that's a new discussion they should have today. But the end of the day, out of $140 million, we again, this current numbers, I may have to adjust my numbers as we get through the budget process this year. But the last numbers that I calculated was we're going to keep $39.8 million of $140 million. $87 million goes to Wichita, and then the balance of that goes to every other city of the county based on a number of factors. There's a calculation that's in statute on how that money is divided up. So even though it was a county-wide sales tax, we don't keep all of that. And then half that money, 50% of all the monies that are provided to Sedgwick County and Wichita and other cities is used for public works infrastructure. We use ours primarily for road and bridge maintenance. Now, I would argue that if it wasn't for the 1% sales tax, we'd still take care of our roads and bridges. But the only way we could do that would be through property tax. So the other half of that, $19.8 or $9 million, that is not public works infrastructure, can be used similarly as property tax. And so if you do the calculations, we have about a 6 mil reduction in Sedgwick County because of the 1% sales tax. Even though we're only keeping a little bit less than $40 million, we have a 6 mil reduction in Sedgwick County. So if you live in Sedgwick County, you see a 6 mil reduction on your property taxes, thankfully, because the 1% sales tax was approved back in 1985. And I asked people, how much money did you spend on sales tax last year? And honestly, nobody knows. But I guarantee you, everybody knows what they're paying on property taxes, because when you write that check, you grit your teeth. And you're a bit angry when you do that. So you know what government costs. The other part of the story, since we're giving $87 million to Wichita this year, they have an 18 mil reduction in their property tax. So if you live in Wichita, you have a 24 mil reduction between Wichita and Sedgwick County. 24 mils you're not paying in property tax because of sales tax. And to that point, I think Commissioner Dennis is exactly right. I think we need to have this conversation. By the way, his predecessor, Commissioner Carl Pierjohn, advocated for this a number of years, and he got beat up over that. People didn't like the idea back then. It's a conversation we've had before, and I think it's a worthy conversation, but it has to be voter approved, and because we're at our legislative cap, by the way, cities can go higher than that, but counties cannot. And because of that, we would have to go to the legislature and ask for permission to put this question on the ballot. And of course, it's late in the session. So I don't know if we're going to get there this year. This is just one idea. I actually have several other ideas on how to lower property taxes, but this is a great one. And again, I support the will of the people. If you believe this is a way to get our property taxes down, then we need to have that conversation and get this in front of the people. At the end of the day, we are a community that is struggling so hard. And by the way, if you live in a rental, you're still paying property taxes through your rent. So don't think you're exempt. Everyone who lives in Sedgwick County is paying property taxes, and it's a huge burden. We're an outlier. We're a high property tax community and high property tax state. And part of the problem is we don't have any other sources of revenue. And I'll just say this one more time. I know we're not going to take a position on this year, but there has been a lot of discussion about SCR 1611, which was a constitutional amendment that would actually cap this growth to 4%. Sounds like a great idea. But how are you going to fund government? If we have a 5 or 6% increase in the economy, we have to add money for wages and insurance and gasoline and vehicles. How are you going to fund government if you have a 4% cap on each individual parcel? Under a 4% cap, you're looking at probably about a 3.5% growth cap to in terms of the assessed value. You're manipulating valuations through a cap, which creates an inequity and ultimately results in a mill levy increase, unless you want to cut services. And I'll say this, Manager, you're welcome to correct me. The vast majority of our property tax spending is for things that people desperately want. And it's mostly public safety, infrastructure primarily. And there's a few things we do through quality of life choices we make. EP was just here. We support Exploration Place through property tax, just a small amount. But the community thrives by having that in our community. And it's a choice we make. We could cut some of that stuff out if you wanted to, but I think we would not be commissioners very long. At the end of the day, people support that type of spending. So if I ask people, and I beg you, please tell me where to cut in property taxes. No one seems to have an answer. They say, well, that's your job. Go cut the silly spending. Go cut the, honestly, I'm trying. I have it right here in front of me. I just, every single year, I look for ways to cut spending. And honestly, I'm hitting some brick walls here. Not sure where else to go at this point. You don't want to cut fire, ambulances, sheriff, 911, emergency management, tornado shelters, our court space, our forensic science, on it goes. Nobody wants to cut any of that stuff. And I agree with them. So where are we going to cut? The legislature right now is in the process of getting rid of the 2 demand transfer programs that they've not funded since 2001. It would arguably lower a mill levy at least 1, maybe 1.5, maybe even 2 mills in Sedgwick County. And they're in the process of getting rid of those demand transfers out of statute. Even though they're sitting on billions of dollars, they don't want you to have that tax relief here. And to that extent, I support them to lower the 21.5 mills. The problem is it has a sunset. The state levies 21.5 mills, but it has a sunset. So they're not committed forever, only committed for a little while. At the end of the day, you need some property tax relief. I'm committed to that, but we've got to get something to help us out to get there, because honestly, cutting Sheriff's Department isn't going to get that. And Chairman, I've said enough. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. I really quick just want to add, as we're having these conversations around sales tax and what does this look like for our future, I think it's important to always remember that at one point, I think it was 2018, we were 51% reliant on property taxes, and today we're at 55%. And a lot of that has to do with the state no longer funding mandated things that they were funding before, or at least not to the extent that they were or they need to be. I mean, we just heard this morning in our legislative discussion another thing. We're already spending $3.2 million a year annually on what they were discussing. But if this bill passes, well, that's an extra addition that we're going to be paying that they're not helping with, but it's mandated. So it's just examples like that on how this has gotten to the point it is. I'm very open to these conversations about sales tax, and I think that's a great idea to see how we can shift the burden from property taxes. But I just want to make sure that as we're having those discussions, we're also looking at what we need to do to bring the state along, because we really are in the position we are because of what's happening in Topeka. So thank you.
Okay, very good. I think everybody knows where I stand on this issue, so I'm happy to have that conversation and modernize government.
I make a motion to receive and file.
Yeah, I think a motion, there's been a lot said, and we appreciate the adjustments and the conversation. So there's a motion to receive and file. I'll second it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Mark, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it.
support.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
New business, item E, CON 2023-00046, conditional use request in the county to permit an event center on property zoned RR Rural Residential District, including a waiver of supplemental use regulation section 3D6 and N number 7, generally located east of South 127th Street East and north of East 39th Street South.
Good job, Madam Clerk. Hi, Scott.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. Thanks for the opportunity to present this one. In terms of the application, the applicant is requesting, as you heard, a conditional use. So there are two things. One is a conditional use in order to allow for an event center to operate at the subject site, which you can see outlined in red. The second thing is the waiver of the supplementary use regulation, which does require a 100-foot setback from buildings on the property to adjoining residential zone properties. This item is being heard today because there's been a protest submitted against the application, and also because the item was referred back to the Planning Commission from the County Commission. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated they're requesting a conditional use in order to allow for an event center to operate at the site. The applicant has indicated it's their intention that events would generally occur indoors, that they would permit ceremonies outside during limited hours, and that no amplified music would be allowed to play outside of the event space. The applicant is requesting a waiver for the supplementary use regulation, again for the 100-foot setback from buildings on the site to nearby residential zoning. The applicant is requesting this waiver because an existing barn where they propose to host events is located approximately 50 feet away from the west property, and that property to the west is zoned rural residential. So therefore the need for the waiver. In terms of the property, the site, as you heard, is generally located east and north of 127th Street and 39th Street South. Subject site is just over 7 acres in size, and an important note is that it is one of a group of 6 parcels totaling over 40 acres that are owned by the applicant in this area. The property is zoned rural residential, currently developed with a 6,350 square foot outbuilding and a structure formerly used as horse stables. Subject site is accessed by a driveway, a private driveway off of 127th Street. You can see it here in the aerial. And the subject site has access to Triple Crown Street, which is an unimproved right-of-way immediately to the east. In terms of context, directly south of the subject site is property zoned rural residential and developed with a house owned by the applicants. You can see it here on the aerial. Further to the south are 6 properties zoned rural residential district and developed with single-family homes. Again, you can see those in the aerial as well. To the west, the subject site abuts property zoned rural residential and that is undeveloped. Important note, though, is that the property is in the process of being platted, which would subdivide it into large lot single-family residences. Further to the north of the site and abutting is property owned by the applicants and zoned rural residential and undeveloped. Further to the north is a 78-acre property zoned SF20, single-family residential, that is undeveloped. The applicants own the properties to the east as well, which are zoned rural residential and undeveloped. These properties are separated from the subject site by the unimproved public right-of-way, Triple Crown Street. In terms of the staff report provides information about the need for the conditional use, the existing landscaping and berm directly south of the private drive that accesses the applicant's property, and parking. In terms of review, on October 12th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for this item. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the request subject to conditions which were listed in the staff report and approval of the supplementary use regulation waiver. The vote was 11-0. Several members of the public spoke against the proposal. Many of the comments were concerns about noise, dust, and traffic in the area. One protest was received for this case. The single protest constituted 21.36% of the net protest area, and therefore, per state statute, it will require a supermajority vote in order to approve the conditional use, and that vote would need to be 4 out of 5. On December 6th, the Board of County Commissioners considered the case. One member of the public spoke against the conditional use, citing concerns about dust and noise. the commission sent the case back to the Planning Commission so that they could consider screening of neighboring properties, start times for the events, light and noise pollution, and dust control from the applicant's driveway. On January 5th, the Planning Commission reconsidered the application. They recommended approval of the conditional use, subject to conditions listed in the staff report, and the approval of the waiver of the supplementary use regulation regarding the structure setbacks limited to the existing structures. The vote was 11-2. Please note the MAPC added additional conditions which are indicated in bold in the staff report. In terms of commission action, the recommended action from the Planning Commission is to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the conditional use request and the waiver, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. This would require a supermajority because of the protest, so 4 out of 5 votes. Alternatives include that you can override the MAPC recommendation, make alternative findings, and deny the application. Because this is returning to you from the Planning Commission, that only requires a simple majority or 3 of 5 votes. So with that, I'll take you through some of the images and graphics here. So here's the outline showing the subject site of the application. We've talked about the context. Here's the map with the zoning. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing that agriculture or vacant is recommended in the area. Here's a graphic that was submitted by the applicant as part of the application packet. Here's a protest map showing the single protest over 20%. And here are photos from the site and the surrounding area. This is a photo straight on of the berm that's located immediately south of the private driveway that accesses the property. There's a picture of the driveway. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Scott. Before we get into questions from the bench, I want to give the commissioners an opportunity to publicly declare any ex parte communication. Commissioner Meitzner?
I've had no ex parte communication that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dennis?
I don't recall any ex parte contact on this subject.
Okay, and I myself also I don't recall any ex parte communication on this topic.
I have not had any either.
Chairman, I had no ex parte communication since the last hearing.
Okay, very good. Any questions or comments for Scott? Okay, the applicant. Would the applicant like to share? Please, welcome. Good morning, sir. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Vince Burnett, 3800 South 127th Street East. I am the applicant. My daughter's also here, Bailey Mitchell. I'm not really here to speak. We've been here once before. We've been to the Planning Commission a couple times. I'm just here to answer any questions that may come up concerning our application, but obviously we're interested in getting approval of the conditional use.
Certainly, yes. Any questions or comments for Vince? Commissioner Howell?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask the applicant, so there have been some conditions added to this that we're considering today, that was described a moment ago. And did you have anything, were these any problem for you to accept these conditions?
I think from the last hearing, the conditions haven't really changed. I know there was a discussion at this last county commission meeting about adding additional restrictions which have actually changed or weren't adopted by the planning commission. So to answer your question, we're fine with the conditions listed in the report.
I see that our MAPC person needs to speak to that. Thank you for the answer, but let's hear from him as well.
Yes, sir. Just to make sure that everyone's on the same page. In terms of the conditions that were added, they were that the first one is that the applicant would be required to improve the surface of the drive connecting to 127th Street, so the private driveway that accesses the property, either by paving with asphalt or concrete or by treating the drive with dust mitigating treatments as needed. Yep. And so that was in order to control the dust address the dust concern. The second one is that the applicant would provide adequate landscaping along the north property line of the drive to the subject property and along the west property line of the subject property as a buffer from possible dust and noise. And again, that was intended to address the concerns of the property owners who protested since their property abuts that driveway and to the west of the subject site. The third is that all lighting shall be downcast and shall not encroach into neighboring properties and be limited to 15 feet in height when within 200 feet of any residential zoning districts, which is a standard requirement of the Unified Zoning Code, but it's being explicitly pointed out as part of this in the conditions. And then the fourth one, in order to address the noise, was that the MAPC is recommending that no events shall begin before 7:30 a.m. on any day. And that was an area of discussion among the planning commissioners while they deliberated, but ultimately they landed at 7:30 a.m.
And in addition to that, there is a shutdown time of, looks like 6 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So back to the applicant. So you're aware of these conditions and you're okay with it?
I am.
Okay. There was some discussion regarding the noise level at the property line. Did you have anything you wanted to say about that particularly? Or was it something you're opposed to? Again, my intention there was to not enforce this. I understand my staff here has some challenge with my idea. I'm not intending to enforce this. And the reason I say that is because to actually measure sound as a certified to analyze sound with a certified report, so to speak. It does take someone with a license or a certification and certified equipment to do that. They have to know how to operate that. It's not as easy as it sounds. And so to enforce that, I don't think we have the intention to do that anywhere. Again, we don't have a sound ordinance in the county. In fact, I don't think 105 counties, we're one of the 105, no county has a sound ordinance as far as I understand. This is kind of a new thing, but when you talk about an event center right next to a neighborhood, this topic, I think, is one that I think is probably the most concerning. These other things we've already talked about, I think, are certainly reasonable, and these will also go in perpetuity with the property. So if he was to sell this property to the future and they want to continue to run an event center, these conditions continue. Is that correct? My only concern really comes back down to this issue of sound, and I don't know if you had anything you wanted to comment about that. I have a concern. Please help me understand how these neighbors are going to be assured that this is not going to be a problem for them.
Well, I think the way to assure that is there's no amplified music outside of the event center itself inside the barn. The barn is well constructed. I don't have the equipment to measure if 83 is emitted from the barn with the doors closed, but I also have a son who's a Wichita police officer, and the police officers don't even have the equipment to actually test the amps or whatever it's called. So I don't have anything to add to that.
So I think you're a wonderful person. It sounds like your family's done great, and I want you to be successful. And you are absolutely right. It sounds to me like Wichita doesn't actually use equipment. They don't have the training to operate such equipment, to be able to police this, if you will, from an objective perspective. But there is a way that sounds like they do police this subjectively. If they believe something's a little bit too loud, they can be told to quiet down by a police officer, and people will hopefully comply with that. But and I don't anticipate you will have any problem with this. I think that you and your family are nice people, and I believe you're going to be very respectful to your neighbors. So the question is, what happens when this gets turned over in the future? If the doors are wide open and they've got loud amplifiers right there at the doors, and they're pushing music outside this facility towards neighbors, what protects those neighbors?
Commissioner, I would remind you that we are living here. This is our residence too, so obviously we will be on site to monitor that, and obviously the intention is to keep the doors closed when any amplified music is played. Sound is interesting because we haven't lived there very long, since July, but I can tell you I can hear the neighbors in their pools to the south of us with their amplified music outdoors, and I can guarantee you it's probably more than 83 decibels. So obviously we want to work with the neighbors, but also recognize that people have pools, they have amplified music outside. I can certainly hear their music at the pool, similar to what they might hear coming or emitting from our barn.
Okay, so yeah, my intent for even bringing this up was given, if you will, a civil opportunity, if there was a dispute between neighbors, between the applicant, the landowner that runs the event center, and the neighbors, if there was ever a dispute, it would set up, if you will, an opportunity for a civil remedy, if you will. It says what is too loud, what is, and try to do this as objectively as possible. I don't want to enforce this. At the end of the day, I just wanted to create, if you will, a commitment that if there ever is a dispute, that there's a way that the neighbors can address this through civil efforts, if you will. I don't have any other questions for you right now. I don't know if Chairman, if there's anybody else that wants to speak that's here today. I'd like to hear any other discussion that might come to us today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We do have one person signed up for public comment, Bailey Mitchell. Did you? Okay, yeah, very good, very good. Any other questions or comments for the bench or for Scott and our legal team? We've heard this before, so we're familiar with this zoning case and the work that's been done with with Planning Commission. So if there's no other questions or comments, Commissioner Howe, I'm happy to make a motion, or if you would like to.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little surprised with all this opposition that people aren't really reaching out to register their reasons for opposition. I would love to know if they're still opposed. We changed some of these conditions. Maybe they're not as opposed today. I don't know, but they're not here, and I've not heard from them. So I don't really know if they are still in opposition or not. Maybe we've mitigated enough of these concerns that there's no longer opposition. I just really don't know how to interpret that, but. This is, again, I appreciate the applicant. I think that they intend to be great neighbors to this community. And I guess I have one question for Scott. If this turns out to be a problem, do we have any way to come back and visit this in the future?
Yes, sir. Certainly you do. Because it's a conditional use, one of the conditions that generally applies and does apply in this instance is that if the zoning administrator finds that there's a violation of any of the conditions of the conditional use, that there can be remedies that would be applied, and one of those remedies could be revoking the conditional use so that it is null and void.
But to the extent we're not speaking to the issue of sound and noise levels today, if they were to be, if this was turned out to be a really big problem for the neighbors, we would not have a right to open this back up on that basis. Would that be correct?
I don't know. I think you do in terms of discretion, but and generally I think it would have to come down to a violation, but I'll defer to legal if they want to opine.
Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Councilor. In terms of actually removing the conditional use privilege, that would be based on whether or not they had violations of the conditions that were imposed upon them today. With that said, there might be potential avenues privately, civilly, between any complaining neighbors versus the applicant in regards to potential nuisance tort claims, something of that effect.
All right. Well. Okay, well, I guess I'll make a motion that we approve the conditional use and waive regulation for existing structures for MAPC's recommendation, override the protest petition. That's my motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, and I'll second that motion. Okay, questions or comments? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into a next item here, item F. This is a big item. We have nearly 20 people that have signed up for public comment, and everyone has waited very patiently this morning, and we need to be sharp to be able to hear and engage this conversation. So don't boo, but I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break, a bathroom break, so that we can come back, be refreshed, and make sure we can engage this topic the way it deserves to be engaged. So give us 10 minutes, please, and we'll be right back. Folks, we'll call this thing back to order, see if we can get back to work.
Sorry.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item F, DER 2023-00017, amendment to the July 9, 2009 edition of the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Zoning Code adopted by City of Wichita Ordinance Number 48-431 and Sedgwick County Resolution Number 137-09 as amended dealing with the Article 3 D6 PP Renewable Energy Systems.
Okay, very good. Hi, Scott. Welcome back.
Hello, Scott Waidel from the Planning Department. Thanks again for the opportunity to present this item. Since the start of the moratorium back in September of last year, this item has been a civic conversation. And over the past 6 months, there's been an ongoing input and dialogue about what is the best fit for Sedgwick County when it comes to solar energy conversion systems. As part of the moratorium and with direction from the County Commission, the Planning Commission has worked to review the Unified Zoning Code and to bring forward recommendations for amendments to that code. The Planning Department has worked to provide assistance and to facilitate the conversation throughout the process. Justin from the planning staff is here to present an overview of the process and to present the recommendations from the Planning Commission. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin to take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Constantino with the Planning Department. The recommended action today is to adopt the findings of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and approve the proposed amendments to the Unified Zoning Code, sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Just a few quick notes before I dive into this presentation. The Sedgwick County Solar Moratorium allows a legislative review. Sedgwick County is currently not considering any specific solar applications as part of this process, so we have not received any applications for any large-scale utility solar projects in the county. The current draft changes would be for both Sedgwick County and for the City of Wichita, as we have a joint unified zoning code. And this topic does not include any accessory uses like solar on a building or roof or for residential structures. This presentation is for large-scale utility solar only. We will do some discussion regarding our existing conditions. I will discuss the process that we've gone through thus far, discuss public input that we've received on this item. I will go through several themes that have come up during this discussion, as well as discuss next steps. Existing conditions, the last time that we have done any kind of updates regarding renewable energy system was in 2019, both to our unified zoning code as well as our comprehensive plan. The unified zoning code has a definition of solar energy conversion systems. It's currently a conditional use. It is approximately 20 supplemental information requirements, and anybody approving that application has the ability to add conditions as needed. There is a formal review process. Citizen advisory boards review these applications as well as the Planning Commission and then ultimately the County Commission. The application review process, an application is received. There are public notices that are distributed. As I mentioned before, advisory boards, MAPC hearing. The case can be sent back to the governing body. If it is sent back, there is a 14-day protest period. That governing body then has the ability to approve any application. The comprehensive plan, the document itself is more of a guiding document. It's a long-range plan. It generally offers guidance on solar energy conversion systems. It includes selecting appropriate, language includes selecting appropriate locations, mentions that could potentially be challenging. The comprehensive plan also includes language about the design and performance standards that need to be established, as well as protecting the viability of existing cities and those cities' ability to grow. The moratorium process, we are currently here at the County Commission meeting. We have gone through several different meetings with the MAPC Advanced Plans Committee, who has then made a recommendation to the full MAPC. That was back on February 22nd. Throughout this entire process, we've also taken this presentation and gotten feedback from several district advisory boards and citizen advisory boards. As I mentioned before, the Advanced Plans Committee has met on this topic several times, about 9 times dating back to October, and then February 22nd, the full MAPC met to recommend approval of this item. Here's a quick schedule of what we have done thus far. As I mentioned, several Citizen Advisory Board and DAB meetings. We have gone to the Wichita Sustainability Integration Board, and today, March 6th, is our meeting, and then March 20th is the expiration date for the moratorium. Several staff reports have been written on this item. All of these staff reports are available on our website. We've done a solar town hall report, an online solar survey report, solar best practices report, and the solar public input report. I will go into those and the details of those reports specifically in just a moment. As far as best practices go, we have looked at several different documents to get further feedback on this topic. We looked at documents from the American Planning Association, from the Center for Rural Affairs, from the United States Department of Energy, as well as other communities. As I mentioned before, public input has been very important throughout this process. We did a online survey that was available from November 16th through November 28th. We had a open house town hall event that was scheduled back in mid-November, November 16th. We had well over 100 attendees at that event. We have also received several letters and emails as part of this process, in-person comments, and input from elected and appointed officials. At this point, we have received well over 150 emails and letters from members of the public dated from October to the present. All of that information is compiled in that public input report, and you have those comments in front of you. As far as the solar themes, what kind of developed out of the town hall event and the survey back in mid-November are shown on the screen here. Urban development and growth, decommissioning, groundwater contamination, and water quality, as well as setbacks, were the main concerns that we received both from the survey and from the town hall event. At the MAPC Advanced Plans Committee back on December 14th, urban development and growth, decommissioning, groundwater, and setbacks were the topics that staff was instructed to do further research on. What we decided to do was take those themes, look at our existing language in the comprehensive plan zoning code, continue to receive public input throughout this process, look at best practices, and look at what other communities have done as well. Again, today we are discussing possible changes to both the comprehensive plan and the unified zoning code. The comprehensive plan document, as I mentioned before, is a long-range plan generally used for guidance and recommendations, whereas the unified zoning code is more of a regulatory document. So that is what is referenced by staff when looking at these applications and by the applicant when submitting an application. I will go through each of these themes individually. The first one being decommissioning. We do currently have language in our unified zoning code regarding decommissioning. So on each of these topics, there's typically language in the code for each one. As far as decommissioning goes, the MAPC recommended back on February 22nd to remove solar equipment, that it should be at a depth specified by an ordinance. They settled on 4 feet. They also requested that financial assurance shall be provided by the owner or operator in the form of a surety bond, that the plan shall indicate the length of time needed to complete the decommissioning, and that the applicant shall provide a statement that the owner or operator will notify the city and county in advance of the decommissioning. The MAPC recommended no changes to the comprehensive plan regarding the topic of decommissioning. Groundwater and contamination, again, we do have language in our existing code regarding this particular topic. The MAPC recommended on February 22nd to require pre-construction, periodic, and post-construction soil and groundwater testing within 90 days of substantial removal of any portion of the system. They also recommended adding additional language to the Unified Zoning Code regarding the zoning application to include a list of construction materials to be reviewed by the Director of Sedgwick County Environmental Resources for recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. They did not recommend any changes to the comprehensive plan regarding groundwater contamination and water quality. Urban development and growth. This is the 2035 urban growth areas map. You could see Wichita there. All of the smaller cities are, their city limits are highlighted there in dark blue, and that lighter blue ring around those cities are those cities' urban area of influence. What the urban growth areas, what that map depicts is the anticipated long-term growth patterns for the cities of Sedgwick County. The map is there to serve as a reasonable indication as to where future efficient and fiscally responsible extension of public infrastructure, services, and corporate limits could occur by 2035. This is the urban area of influence map, very similar to that first map that I showed. This is taken from our Unified Zoning Code. The urban areas of influence, the process, what it would look like if we were to receive an application for a large-scale utility solar application was the Small City Planning Commission would receive notification from the MAPD that a proposed project is located in their area of influence. The city then has the option to consider the item, although it is not required. They would consider it formally through their own city planning commission. They would review that case and provide a recommendation to the MAPC. The MAPC would then hear the case with the Small City Planning Commission recommendation, and the Board of County Commissioners, they would hear that case. If that small city recommendation is denial, then it would require supermajority. 4 of 5 BOCC votes would be required for approval. I will add that if that case goes back to the MAPC and then comes back to the BOCC, it's a simple majority approval. The urban development and growth area, this is a map depicting a 3-mile radius outside of that urban growth area. One of the topics that came up during our town hall event and our public survey was the desire for a large-scale utility solar to be banned within a 3-mile radius outside of those urban area of influence. So what this map depicts in the pink would be where solar would not be allowed, and then the white areas would be where large-scale utility solar is allowed. During one of our advanced plans committee members, we had a committee member say that what would it look like if it was 1 mile? That's what this map depicts, same exact concept. Pink would be where solar is not allowed, white is where large-scale utility solar would be allowed. Regarding urban development and growth, the MAPC recommended no changes. Their contributing factors for that, or their reasoning, was that they were comfortable with the existing process. They mentioned that the conditional use process provides flexibility that a city could indicate whether or not large-scale utility solar would be a good fit for their community, as well as plenty of opportunities throughout the application process for the city to provide input, either formally through their planning commission process or via a letter, resolution, that kind of thing. As far as the MAPC recommendation for urban development and growth in the comprehensive plan, they recommended no changes to that language. Size and configuration, just to reiterate, we do have current language in our existing code, in our existing UZC regarding size and configuration. Setbacks, the MAPC back at their meeting recommended no changes to the to the UZC regarding setbacks. They requested that they mentioned that additional conditions can be used on a case-by-case basis. So when an application comes in, they can review that application and look to see if those setbacks are appropriate. They also said that they recommended no changes to the comprehensive plan. As far as size limit goes, size limit of the solar structure themselves, the area, majority consensus was no limit on those from the MAPC. Again, they were comfortable with the existing conditional use process and that any condition can be posed on any individual application regarding additional conditions. They also recommended at their meeting on the 22nd that no changes be made to the comprehensive plan regarding size limit. When it comes to height, they recommended limiting the height of solar panels to 25 feet with the ability for it to potentially be increased during the conditional use process depending on the project. That height of 25 feet is based on best practices research and information collected from other communities. When we're looking at height, we're looking at tilt, so this would be the maximum height of the solar panels themselves. And their reasoning for that was the ability to potentially increase the height of solar panels, again, through the conditional use process. No concerns or no request or desire to add any language regarding height specifically to the comprehensive plan. Additional topics that came up during our research was fire protection. There was some discussion regarding regulations, potential fiscal impacts to the fire department themselves, battery storage. We did add language as part of this process for an additional review by the Wichita Fire Department as well as the Sedgwick County Fire District #1 for properties in the unincorporated county for an additional review process. The fire department would review any application that comes in prior to it being received by the Board of County Commissioners. Again, the recommended action this morning is to adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the proposed amendments to the Unified Zoning Code, sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. I'll stop there and open it up for any questions.
Okay, good. Justin, any questions for Justin at this point in time? Okay, seeing none, you can continue.
I don't have anything else to present on this particular topic, but if you have any questions, any follow-up questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay. Okay, no questions at this point in time. We'll open it up for some public comment. A couple thoughts, because we do have several people that have signed up. I want to make a reminder here. What we are discussing today is a policy change. We're discussing zoning code and comprehensive plan. There are no current applications in queue on specific projects. So I would ask that your comments not be directed towards potential projects, potential applications, things that are not in the queue now. The comments need to be directed at policy and the comprehensive plan and the unified zoning code, because that is what's under consideration today. You agree, Counselor?
I concur.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so I'll just list your name, call your name up, and come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. The clerk will, she will keep time. She's very friendly and fairly nice, but when that beeper goes off, she's going to remind you to wrap up your comments. And I will do my very best to pronounce your names correctly from what I'm able to read on the forms here. So first up, Jane Burns. Welcome, Jane. Can you just give us your name and address in 3 minutes?
Thank you so much. My name is Jane Burns. I live in sort of near East Wichita. I'm glad this policy issue is up because I'm an advocate for health. The energy source, how we get our energy, is a health factor, a health and safety factor for wellness. I'm proud that I'm a charter member of the Wichita Health and Wellness Coalition. Just now congratulated for persisting in health for 20 years, and I've been after that even longer. I'm a registered licensed dietitian, nutritionist. I am not so active in health care because health care is fixing what's broken. Wellness is enabling wellness, enabling health. Sick care, for sure, is growing dramatically in our county and in our nation, but the Surgeon General advises that many of the leading causes of illness and death in the United States are connected to personal self-care and environmental factors. It's hard for folks to connect what we do, what we breathe, what we eat, what we exercise on a daily basis over a year, over a lifetime, and how that translates to health. Hard to look at short-term and long-term. Our foods and snacks and beverages and walks and whatever to our long-term health. But this policy and this issue fits right into that health issue. Air quality on a day-to-day basis, affects people with asthma for sure, and kids. And that's unfortunate, and that's short-term. But the air we breathe long-term affects other health conditions considerably as well. Heart, respiratory, for ourselves, and even more than long-term for our children, our grandchildren, and beyond. I'm joyous that there is a start in our own county toward cleaner air, fewer particles in the air that we breathe. We don't have much control of that otherwise. I'm glad that the advanced plan folks, was that for me, 3 minutes?
That was,
already?
yes, if you just-
The advanced plan folks were all my age and realized that long-term benefit to their grandchildren, to the future of our county. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Jane? No. Very good. Thank you, Jane, for being here and sharing your feedback. Appreciate it. Next up, Jim Linneber. Yeah, there's a suggestion that I think is good. If Mark, is it Spirith? I'm sorry. That's the one. Thank you. If you'll be next, so if you wanted to make your way over. So, okay, name and address for the record. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Jim Linneber, 14715 West 61st Street North, Colwich.
I live on a farm and cattle operation between Colwich and Mays. My family farm was established in the 1800s when my great-grandfather purchased the land. I am the fourth generation to farm this land. My son, who is taking over, will be the fifth, and now the county wants to take my property rights as a landowner away from me. As you sit here today and try to make decisions for the whole county, I want you to keep in mind that the opposition themselves have said we're not against solar. So what exactly are they opposing? Is it quiet country roads with no vehicles or truck traffic? Or is it taking farm ground and putting it back to native grasses so there is no wind or water erosion? The bigger question is, will they still be opposed to solar when we start having rolling blackouts because of the lack of electricity? The areas of influence around cities is nothing more than someone sitting in their office having a dream that in 10 years this is where our city will grow. I have heard several comments that the county needs to protect the small towns' areas of influence. As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing there for you to protect. It is not theirs to protect. I own the land, not them. You should be more worried about protecting our property rights as landowners. No one ever came and asked me, the owner of the land, if I was ever going to be willing to sell that land. There is only one person that should be an influence over my farmland, and that is me, the landowner. I will use Colwich as an example only because I live there. Colwich was established in 1887. That's 137 years ago. The entire city limits of Colwich today takes in roughly 840 acres of land. Of that 840 acres, there are 278 acres that are undeveloped farmland. 75 acres for the sewer plant, 75 acres for the ballparks, and 78 acres for ICM and the ethanol plant. Take them off the 840 acres, and that leaves 334 acres that is actually the town of Colwich. Now, the area of influence for Colwich takes in 3,595 acres of land. That is over 10 times the size of Colwich today, but yet they want to control what we do on our land. Trying to control land outside of their city limits is an overreach of their authority, and I have no vote in any of the elections in that city, and that is not right. The APC and the MAPC has done a great job in ensuring our rights as landowners remain intact when considering the zoning code for solar. I urge you to give their recommendations the careful consideration it deserves and adopt the new updated regulations, and do not put a ban on solar farms in areas of influence or to limit the size of the solar farm and respect our property rights. Your decision today will affect all landowners in Sedgwick County. I'm almost done. I would like to leave you with something to think about. Wichita and Sedgwick County get their water from Cheney Lake, which is in Reno County, or the Equus beds, and the majority of the wells are in Harvey County. You send your trash to Harper County or down to Oklahoma. Maybe it's time you become a little more self-sufficient and stop depending on other counties to take care of you. You have the opportunity to produce electricity right here in your county, and what better way to do it than solar farms that are quiet and clean? Thank you.
Jim, thank you, sir, for sharing. We appreciate your feedback. Okay, Mark's next, and then Marilyn Fields.
I'm Mark Spexarth. I live at 6455 North 151st Street, Colwich. And I am a landowner also. And I think that we need to accept the Unified Solar Code, the updated version. I feel that, we put laws and these people, they know what they're doing. They build these things, they know what the problems are. And I just feel like we need some sort of energy. There's probably, I would guess, over 30 subdivisions that are being built in Sedgwick County right now. And where is the power going to come from? I mean, if we keep building, we're not building any more electric plants. So where is our power going to come from? Are they just going to start shutting the grids off for a period of time like they're doing in other parts of the country? And, I don't know, I just feel like somewhere we need to figure out what we're going to do for power, because It's just like in our house. We can only take so many amps out of our breaker box. And it's just like all the electric plants. We're only going to be able to take so many amps out of that electric plant before we're going to start having problems. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback and your comments. Okay, Marilyn, right after Marilyn, we'll have Eugene Fields.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Fields. I'm a Sedgwick County resident. Thank you for the chance to speak before you on this extremely important issue. Again, my name is Marilyn Fields. I'm a property owner of my parents' acreage and home site at 518 East 79th Street South outside of Hayesville. And I live at 6728 North 135th Street West, both in unincorporated areas of the county. I want to be certain that all areas of the county are aware and protected of the size and extent of the industrial large-scale solar facilities if they were to be approved for any area in Sedgwick County. The current regulations being proposed are not comprehensive to protect the small communities such as Hayesville, Mays, Colwich, Mulvane, and many more. These facilities will impact the future growth and development of these smaller cities, as well as change the landscape for 25 to 50 years. We need to limit the size, shape, configuration, and scope of these massive industrial facilities in areas of influence and growth. As I stated previously, I own a home and acreage in an area of southern Sedgwick County, and I have my home, which we built in 1998 on acreage we bought in 1992 in the northwest area of Sedgwick County. I'm invested in these areas like many of my neighbors that have built their forever homes there. Hundreds of landowners that have built homes on acreages and in developments would be impacted daily by the intrusion of projects in an area of influence. There are areas in Sedgwick County outside areas of influence and residential developments. This type of a location is much more appropriate for these type of facilities in Sedgwick County. The landowners who feel further regulations are an infringement on their rights as a property owner because they do not elect the city officials making decisions in the small communities, I disagree. I also do not elect the small city officials on either of my properties, and I'm glad the smaller cities have a voice in this matter, as it only protects my property values and my way of life. In the northwest area of Sedgwick County, both Mays and Colwich are small cities that are expanding and growing with progressive and highly rated school districts. Mays now has schools west of 119th Street with future expansion for more schools. Per news reports, Mays is the fastest growing city in the state of Kansas. Allowing this type of massive industrial facility in areas of growth and influence is a mistake. This is not an issue to rush through or to take lightly. I have just a small amount more. This is not an issue to rush through or to take lightly in developing regulations, and although the Advanced Planning Committee spent 6 months to review, as you can see, no changes were recommended, or very little changes were made in the regulations in this rapidly changing industry. We need comprehensive and detailed regulations to protect all of the county. Our regulations are contained in a 4.5-page document. And if you've researched other counties in Kansas, such as Douglas, Reno, Harvey, Butler, have developed regulations or are developing that are 20 to 50 pages in length. We need a comprehensive regulations developed by a committee willing to review and discuss all the options and issues on this matter. Solar can be done responsibly. I urge you to extend the moratorium for at least 6 months to adequately review all of these issues and instill confidence in the residents of Sedgwick County of your commitment to protect their homes, their land, and their way of life.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Fields. Appreciate you. Thank you for the feedback. Okay. Eugene Fields and then Leroy Bush. Hello, Mr. Fields. Name and address, 3 minutes.
Eugene Fields, 6728 North 135th Street West, in between College and Mays. For about the last year and a half, I've done a lot of research on solar because there's been a lot of talk about it in our communities. Solar is it's a really hot topic all across the country. It's driven by political, emotional, financial issues. Politically, obviously, our federal government's really behind, the renewable energy. Emotionally, there's a lot of groups that are really interested in energy. We've heard some today, we'll hear more. And financially, you've got the developers and the landowners who signed up, and they've got a financial gain in all this. So there's a lot of pressure, a lot of push going on all over the country. This is like, when you look at the scale of this kind of thing, it's not like anything that communities have dealt with in the past, because we're talking square miles that are tied up, and we're talking really, it's very, very different. So I think from that standpoint, there needs to be time given and research done. It's outside of the bandwidth of a lot of things that most communities ever actually deal with. Large-scale solar, from the research I've done, about 75 to 80% of large-scale solar that we're currently operating today is 5 years or less old. Doesn't allow us a lot of history to take a look at what the impact is going to be long-term. Another reason to take some time and really look at it very carefully. There's lots of concerns as I do research. On one side, you have the advocates of solar, and everything is, unicorns and rainbows. They're all very positive about it and so on. And I don't discount solar. I think there's a place for it. But also, when you do research, there's a tremendous amount of concerns. Environmental concerns, wildlife, the impact it has on the communities around it. All of those kind of things are something that's really important to take a look at. I put together a little example of what a solar facility might look like, because it's hard to picture. We don't have those to look at. So I picked 700 acres as about. That's probably pretty small for a lot of these that you see. Now, the number of panels that they put per acre, that was some research I did, and it's online. What I can find is anywhere from 500 to 2,000 panels per acre. I saw some regulations out of one of the other counties that talked about 70% coverage. So I decided, okay, we'll go with 50 just for this example. So 50% coverage on 700 acres, you're talking about 1,000 panels per acre. You're talking about 700,000 panels. So if you were to put those in a shipping container, 45-foot shipping container, that's like 3,000 shipping containers. That's 20-some miles long, the stuff they're going to bring in. Miles and miles of structural steel that they're going to drive in the ground to support the thing. You got all the earthwork that's going to be done, the grading and all that kind of thing. If you think about that on installation, what impact that has if you're around developed areas, homes and residences and communities and so on. So that's the initial part of it. Now, you get into when you decommission it, then you got the same thing all over again in reverse. Those are concerns, especially in an area where it's in and around existing population.
Mr. Fields, time's up. If you can just finish up your comments.
The other part, when you think about this, I'm trying to picture this. So you take 700,000 panels, you lay those on a football field, they would stack up 127 feet high. That's a lot of product there.
Mr. Fields,
so
time is up, so if you can just wrap up your comments.
So just need to take time and look at it.
No, we appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
Commissioner Meitzer?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that Mr. Nicholas was talking? Is that who was talking?
Mr. Fields.
Mr. Fields. Okay. Mr. Fields, thank you for the research you've obviously been doing, and a lot of the points you make are really good. I'll just add, if you want to see another example of a large scale facility, you can look up the Indianapolis Airport, and now that one though is a supplier of energy just for the airport. It's not large scale commercial use for reselling, but when you're talking about size or panels per acre, blah blah blah. Anyway, thank you. You did a lot of research and you shared a lot of good information.
So,
appreciate it.
One thing about that, I could not find a example of a large-scale solar project in and around the communities. They're always out separated. I have nothing against the solar. I just think that the impact it could have on a community would be concerned about. I have not seen that one. I'll take a look at that.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy. You can do it on Google and see what. All right. Thank you again. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Mr. Bosch, and then following Leroy's Tim Mullen.
My name is Leroy Bosch. I live at 6716 North 135th West Colwich. I'd like to address basically three general items as it relates to the regulations, and that is water, population density, and land use, because these should be considerations in all of them. Water, yes, our water is our most precious item. One of the biggest concerns with water currently is new concerns provided by the EPA as far as polyfluoroalkaloids and substances, contaminants like that. These are a hot item and deserve the best consideration when you pass your regulations. Population density, there's about 34,000 plus residents in the non-incorporated areas of the county and about 35,000 residents in the municipalities that would be likely affected, which is the southern and the western part of the county. There's a considerable amount of the population out there that can be potentially impacted, particularly since we know of at least 27 solar leases, but there are a lot more simply because solar leases are not registered anymore. They are kept out of the public domain so that nobody knows what's going on with them until such time as the CUP is applied for. Land use, growth and development affects that substantially. Particularly, I just recently received an offer for a cell phone tower. Interestingly enough, I don't think that I can sign a contract with this company, have them apply for it with any expectation that it's going to go through and then cry foul because it didn't happen. So if anybody out there wants this, I'll give them the name of that company that's interested in putting a cell tower out there because I don't. In conclusion, renewable energy developers are responsible to their investors, not the towns, not the neighbors, not the environment. Solar projects are held by individual LLC whose only assets may be aging infrastructure built on leased ground. At the time of decommissioning or evidence of contaminants, it's unlikely that there will be deep-pocketed corporations to bring the site into compliance or current and future EPA and DEC standards. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your feedback. Mr. Mullen. Then after Mr. Mullen is Alan, I believe Alan Anderson.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim Mullen. I live at 6718 135th Street in the Colwich area. I believe and I support solar. However, I believe there's a place and a size of where solar goes. I'm in support of small solars, as was defined earlier, to where it's for residential use or for local use here with electricity staying here in Wichita or in Sedgwick County, such as the Sedgwick County Zoo or the Mays High School. I believe that it's appropriate for us to say, let's limit the size of these projects to 640 acres. I also believe it's appropriate to say there needs to be at least a 2-mile spacing between one project to the next, a buffer zone. Does this intrude upon the farmers' rights to do with their land what they want to do? I don't believe so. All we're saying here is the developers, you only can build it here in the size, so I think that's a reasonable compromise or a balance between no solar at all in large scale or something different, and that's where I'm saying with the compromise. Another important thing that we need to understand is, as was stated earlier, our resolution is about 6 pages long. I think it lacks a lot of specificity. It doesn't really go into the details as a Senate bill that was not approved, which was Senate Bill 481 back in 2022. That bill has been used as a guide for our other counties such as Douglas, Butler, and Johnson County to write their resolutions as well. And all those have been where they restricted the locations of some of these solar facilities to within 1 mile or 3 miles of the city limits. So again, I think that's a reasonable compromise. Yes, it's again intruding upon the farmers' right to do with the land with what they do, but I believe also as a result of the farmers changing their land from being agricultural, they're changing it to another type of category. And I think with that, isn't there some restrictions that will go with the new application, with the new type of use they want of their land? I believe that's all I have, unless you guys have some questions.
Okay. Any questions?
Okay,
Mr.
thanks.
Mullen, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, next up is Alan Anderson, and then following him is Meredith, I believe it's Abdul. Yes.
Great. So I'm Alan Klaus Anderson. I'm the chair of the energy practice group of the Polsinelli Law Firm in our Kansas City office. I'm also a professor at the University of Kansas School of Law, where I teach renewable energy law. So, Commissioner Howell, I'm happy to talk about all the other topics if you'd like. The 3 minutes makes it difficult. I usually get 13 hours of the class. So I'll kind of cut through some things quicker. You obviously heard a lot about the process that took place. It was a thorough process. I'll give the staff and legal staff a lot of credit for sourcing good materials, sourcing extensive materials to come up with what they did on their initial regulations and then modifications as you see here. That shouldn't be lost as the amount of time, and you heard that already. You have then heard at least one city and maybe two that have said they want some kind of protection as it relates to the city boundary, and so that's the area of influence. I'm going to talk about the process cities already have. I'm going to talk about the county process that it already includes that, the urban area of influence, which we should stress the influence. It was put together as a process that is actually more robust than you'll see just about anywhere in the state as it sits today, but it wasn't meant to be urban area of requirements or urban area of control. It is of influence, and that's how it needs to be, and I'll get into that. So first, you heard it also from landowners, so that's what's at stake. Many of these landowners are in this area long before that urban area of influence ever existed. They use it for farming, ranching, and it shouldn't be lost that Kansas traditionally ranks in the top 3 of bankruptcies. When I was looking up today and you saw property values, which ones went up, look at the ones that went down. It's agricultural lands. It is tough. And it is not proper for a city to say, you were here first, you used it in these different ways, you want to use the natural resources that you acquired, including the sun and the wind, and we're going to just choke out your economic uses and your property rights until one day you give it to us without compensating us. So here's the tool cities have. They can annex the area. They can go through condemnation if they have a public use that it's supposed to use. And in those cases, there's either a vote or these landowners are compensated. In unzoned counties, there's extraterritorial zoning, where there's a literal extension of the zoning authority into these unzoned areas outside the city limits. In that case, we have a due process equation that goes through it. They get representation in those cities. So which brings us to the issue here. There's a constitutional principle of one vote, one person, one vote, so that you all represent the people in the unincorporated areas. They get to vote for you or not vote for you. In the cities, the cities do not represent those people. That is not where it is. So that's why they have influence. And you've heard about the process now, which can flip things to a supermajority interest. That process is in place. You have all the tools you need. The city has all the tools they need. To do a ban when other cities would want a solar project would be harmful to your constituents without giving that appropriate due process. It also would harm those cities that want to participate. So I think it's incumbent upon you all to take in information when it comes to you as part of an application, as opposed to blindly taking some action, which we've walked through why that doesn't make sense.
Mr. Anderson, thank you for your feedback and appreciate you being here. Any questions or comments? Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay. Following Meredith will be Mitch Lucas.
Sorry, Kirk Spons, Deputy County Councilor. I just want to jump in real quickly. Certainly, I appreciate the comments made by the previous speaker. Certainly respect his ability to provide legal opinions. I just wanted to inform the board that certainly because we are discussing legal opinions and what can and cannot be considered here, I did want to inform the board I reserve the discretion to advise you both privately and publicly in regards to these matters. I do feel comfortable with you considering certain regulations in regards to urban growth areas or to areas around cities. There's a question being raised about cities usurping authority in unincorporated areas around them or in their urban growth areas or urban areas of influence, as alternatively been referred to. I would just clarify that it seems to be conflating multiple issues. Really what you have here is if there are going to be regulations imposed by the board in the urban growth areas of cities, those would actually be restrictions by the county on unincorporated areas. Those would not be city regulations that extend outside of their parameters. Another example of how this might functionally act would be those other counties that have imposed buffer zones wherein solar is not allowed within 1 or 2 or 3 miles of the city limits. It's just that this urban growth area is a could be considered a narrower, more efficiently tailored limitation. I want to say that. Also, I would clarify that the argument about cities exerting control outside of their city limits, if we were to take that to its logical conclusion with these arguments, then in effect, the argument would be that the county should not be imposing certain regulations or restrictions on areas simply because they are close to city limits. So with all that said, I do feel comfortable with you considering certain regulations in regards to urban growth areas. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that feedback, Kirk. Okay, next up, Meredith, if you can just give us your name and address, and then after Meredith is be Mitch Lucas.
Yes, sir. Good morning, or I guess we're getting into the afternoon. We're getting into the afternoon now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Meredith Abdu, and I work for an energy company, and we develop all types of energy projects, natural gas, wind, solar, and we have a local project office at 3510 North Ridge Road. So first and foremost, I really want to come here today to commend the Metropolitan Area Planning Department. They were given a tall task last September. So, Justin, Scott, JR, and everybody else involved, the moratorium was put in place and they had to figure out how do we do this review. And I think they did an incredible job working really hard over the last 5 months to research best practices and then present those to a multitude of stakeholders throughout the county. They developed an extremely thorough roadmap to collect public input. And I think if my numbers are right, and I'm sure these guys could double check me, we're now at our 23rd public meeting over the last 5 months. And they have solicited input from the community via the Solar Power Town Hall, the Advanced Plans Committee, the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission, the Sedgwick County Association of Cities, the Sedgwick County Citizen Advisory Boards, the Board of County Commissioners via their staff meeting, Wichita District Advisory Boards, and the Wichita Sustainability Integration Board. So I think that is just a huge spectrum of stakeholders. And then I know outside of that, there have been a number of other communications via calls, texts, emails, and meetings. So I know that they have done an incredible job putting together a very, very robust, evaluation process to get us here today. And then I also want to give special recognition to the Advanced Plans Committee themselves. I mean, they willingly adjusted their schedule to meet on a more frequent basis such that they could meet this March 20th, 2024 deadline and ensure that the topics of interest that Justin talked about had been adequately researched and discussed thoroughly prior to taking a vote to recommend sending those to the MAPC. So throughout the past 5 months, the Metropolitan Area Planning Department, the Advanced Plans Committee, the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission have worked tirelessly, to research, debate, align on value adds to the existing Sedgwick County solar ordinance. And today we are asking the commissioners to acknowledge just the immense amount of effort that has gone into this and to respect the time and attention that has been put to recommending the proposed regulations today. And so we urge the commissioners to vote to approve the proposed ordinance changes as recommended by the APC and MAPC. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Ms. Abdu, thank you. And thank you for recognizing the work that planning and the commission and advanced plans, everybody's put a lot of work into this, so appreciate that. Okay, next up, Mitch Lucas. After Mitch, we have Connor Bates.
Hi there. Hello. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the commission today and for the consideration. My name is Mitch Lucas. I also work for an energy company that develops energy projects across the state of Kansas, including a utility-scale solar project here in Sedgwick County. Also work out of that local project office off of Ridge Road here in Wichita. I was just hoping to offer some comments on one of the key themes that Justin identified during the solar moratorium process, and one that is probably the single most discussed issue during this process, and that's the concept of how does solar play with urban growth and development of small cities here in Sedgwick County. There has been, as Meredith mentioned, over 20 meetings throughout this process and considerable discussion and deliberation around this topic, especially in front of the Advanced Plans Committee. And I think, Justin mentioned this during his presentation, but eventually the the APC came around to the notion that, hey, we've got a really great and well-defined conditional use permitting process here in Sedgwick County. We should leverage that process to consider these proposals as they come up on a case-by-case basis, knowing that particularly in reference to this issue, that there are some cities that have concerns about solar development, but there are some cities that are excited about the benefits that hosting a utility-scale solar project can bring to their community. So just a few notes on the nature of solar development and how companies like mine cite projects like these. So one of the top most critical characteristics that we look for when we choose to cite a project is access to the electrical grid. And in particular, you need access to a large electrical substation in order to inject your electricity onto the broader electrical grid. If you look at the Southwest Power Pool's generation interconnection queue, that's the electric grid that serves Kansas and large parts of the middle of the United States. You can see the applications that developers have put in to bring solar online here in Sedgwick County. And these applications are centered around 3 substations: Gordon Evans, Murray Gill, Buffalo Flats. And all of these are either inside of or very close to urban areas of influence. So you can kind of take that one step further and say that if we ban solar in urban areas of influence, that's going to eliminate most of the available interconnection points in the county to bring solar online. So in that sense, banning solar in urban areas of influence is pretty close to a de facto ban on solar in the county more broadly. And I just, one more piece on what we've learned throughout this process is that a lot of the drive for a ban on solar in or around urban areas of influence is coming from 2 of 20 cities in Sedgwick County with concerns over one particular proposed solar project. But we've also learned that view is not hegemonic within the cities in the county. I noticed in the public input packet, there was actually a letter from City Council President in Garden Plain who expressed the opposite sentiment. I had a little bit more, but I know my time's up, so I appreciate your time today.
Well, there's a question here from Commissioner Dennis, so if you'll hang tight, Mr. Lucas.
Certainly.
Mitch, thanks for being here. I know you and I have talked a number of times in the past, but I have a question because I don't quite understand how the solar works, so I need you to educate me on one thing. You're going to be able to provide power during the day when the sun is shining. I don't know if you plan on storing some of that and then putting it into the grid later or what happens, but what my concern is as that power goes into the grid, what impact does it have on our local consumers as that power hits the grid? And I'll explain why I'm asking this question. We've got an $80 million project that's coming in to Sedgwick County over in the industrial district in Mays. And they produce plastic pipe. Any blip on the power system shuts the system down. It freezes the process at that point. They have to throw away everything that's under construction that they're building at that time. In addition, their dies melt to the pipe when they have a blip. And so they have to pull all these dies out and replace it. So they've got 3 or 4 days of downtime on an $80 million project that's employing over 50 people. So I guess my question is, how do you ensure that there's never a blip when you're right there beside the Gordon Evans, if that's where you put one? And I want to make sure that I'm speaking globally on this, but this is one industry, and I care about all the industries, and I care about $80 million investments in our community. So there could be another one near Buffalo Flats, another one down by Clearwater. There's a number of places you can hook in, and I don't know what the impact is on the grid as you hooking in with something that's only works when there's sun. So can you kind of explain that to me?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to. I appreciate the question. I'll give you a 2-part answer. Part of it will bleed into the gentleman from Derby asked about, what's the economic impact to ratepayers and consumers from projects like this. So I think the biggest thing to mention, I briefly talked about it during my comments, is so in Kansas and in this part of the United States, the electric grid operator whose job is to ensure capacity and reliability for customers across their footprint is the Southwest Power Pool. And if you want to bring a solar project, a wind project, natural gas, coal, nuclear, any kind of electric generation onto the Southwest Power Pool grid, you have to submit an application to the Southwest Power Pool. And at that point, that triggers a years-long process, and where they will take they will study your application to bring that technology, that many megawatts of capacity onto the grid to ensure that there is available transmission capacity and that you won't cause any reliability issues with the grid where you are injecting your power. So just for an example, the project that we work on here in Sedgwick County, it was over a 4-year study process with the Southwest Power Pool in order to get approval from them to bring generation online in the area. And then just to kind of answer the gentleman from Derby's question, I apologize I didn't get his last name, but we really view solar as a home run for the individual ratepayer, homeowner, renter, but also industrial and commercial users that you mentioned, Commissioner Dennis. Increasingly, these companies want to see locally sourced, cheap, reliable power like solar in the areas where they site their new facilities. And I'd encourage anybody to just Google levelized cost of energy, and the firm Lazard does a really good report about this every year, but it compares the cost to generate electricity from different sources: wind, solar, legacy, thermal, coal, natural gas. And I think a pretty staggering statistic is that the electricity produced from building a new solar facility is actually cheaper than the electricity produced by an existing coal plant. So you think about all the capital that goes into a project like this, it's still cheaper to build a new solar facility and generate electricity than to keep some of these older generation sources online.
Okay. Well, Mitch, I'm not sure you answered my question. I don't know how that, with a product that is producing electricity when there's daylight, how do you keep surges and spikes and drawdowns, peaks and valleys of the product that you're putting on the grid? How does that happen? I just don't understand how it happens.
Well, certainly it's the responsibility of the electric grid operator, more largely the Southwest Power Pool, to monitor supply versus demand throughout the day and bring new generation on as it's needed. But I can just, speaking about a solar facility, for example, the transformers and inverters that we would install in a utility scale solar project can actually provide reactive, the word is escaping me, but kind of reactive maybe frequency dampening, even after the sun goes down and the power, the facility is not producing power at night. Is that helpful?
Well, I'm probably going to need more information later on, probably not today, but I wouldn't mind talking to you about how that this works at some time in the future, or if you have any information on how that there aren't peaks and valleys or spikes with a sudden change or a sudden drawdown. How does solar work when it only works during time that there's sun? So I know there's a lot of other people who want to speak today, so I'm not going to belabor my question, but I just don't know how it works.
Yeah. I'd be happy to follow up with you.
Very good. Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Mitch, you got it real quick. As you can imagine, we've received a lot of information. It's not as bad as during COVID when we received a lot, but it's a lot. Some of the confusion, if you can just help confirm. So some of the confusion that we receive is that any of these commercial or large-scale solar LSSs, I'm learning a new acronym, so that will help that community or adjacent property can you explain that, so the large-scale solars connect to the Southwest Power Grid, and the Southwest Power Grid is how many states? 12?
Double digits, absolutely.
Yeah, 10, 12, and it includes a bunch of states, and then even places like Evergy or others can go in and draw power from the grid, from the whole grid. So a connectivity to a local access point to get into the power grid, the Southwest 10-state power grid, does not necessarily mean that it's just going to stay right there and go to a home or a business that's 2 blocks away. Am I correct?
Not necessarily. It's the power will flow the path of least resistance. So it's
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. The power will flow where it's needed. So, if you built a plant out near the Gordon Evans substation, that power could be used when you flip the light switch in Colwich or Mays, or if it could be dispersed more broadly throughout the grid.
Yeah, or it could be dispersed to any user that's having a power shortage in any of the other 10 states
Yes,
or
sir.
12 states.
Correct.
Okay.
Very good.
I just wanted to confirm.
Good question. Very
Thank you. Thanks,
Mitch,
Mitch.
thank you. Appreciate you. Next up, Connor Bates. Then after Connor, we have Jennifer Connolly. Just a reminder, name and address, 3 minutes.
I think we're in afternoon now, so good afternoon. My name's Connor Bates, also a project developer at the 3510 Northridge Road. So members of the commission and the public have kind of expressed interest in imposing a 640-acre size limit on solar projects. And today I kind of would like to discuss the consequences of such a limit. So a 640-acre size limit, it would be the most restrictive size limit on utility scale solar out of all of the counties in Kansas. So simply put, this would be somewhat of a de facto ban on utility scale solar in Sedgwick County. So just for some context and for example, the average generating capacity of solar projects in the 2023 Southwest Power Pool interconnection queue is 212 megawatts. Projects of this scale necessitate 1,200 to 1,500 acres of solar panels in order to meet their generation capacity requirements. So what does this show? This shows that utilities need and want projects that have economies of scale to yield competitive power prices. This means that a 640-acre size limit would seriously hinder the future of solar in Sedgwick County. And it would signal to developers that solar is not welcome here, and I do not believe that is the goal of this process. And I think it's important to note as well, a 640-acre size limit is not supported by any of the planning staff's research, nor the recommendation from the MAPC. And I want to stress that the current CUP process allows for flexibility in limiting size based on the specific details of individual projects, and I hope that this body pursues regulations that still allow for economically viable projects. If this body does wish to pursue size limitations for utility scale solar projects in the updated ordinance, we believe that a 1,500-acre panel coverage size limit would be the minimum limit to still allow for economically viable projects in the county. This would allow for an average-sized SPP solar project to be developed and built in Sedgwick County, and allow the county to develop its excellent solar resource while also balancing land use concerns. Thank you. And if you have any questions.
Yeah. Hey, Connor, real quick question on my part. Do you have a ratio acre per megawatt, or what does it take how many acres does it take to produce 100 megawatts?
Like of solar panels?
Yes.
Anywhere from 750 to 950.
Okay. I'm just trying to, in my mind, I'm trying to get a ratio. I know there might not be a hard, fast, golden rule, but I'm trying in my mind to calculate that.
What was your question again?
If there was a ratio acreage per megawatt,
Okay.
how many acres does it take to produce 100 megawatt?
And what was the response?
For a 100 megawatt project, you would need anywhere from 750 to 950 acres. But that varies depending on the site and the layout, and there's a lot of different variables that
And how much
can
sun.
impact that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know there's probably
Thank you
not
for
a
clarifying.
hard, fast ratio, but I think
Thanks for
that's
letting me.
helpful. Okay, Connor, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Go ahead, Commissioner House, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. It sounds like you have a lot of, and the previous speaker as well, have a lot of experience on this. So I'd like to kind of lean on you just for more understanding on a couple of things. And we haven't heard from our environmental director just yet, but I'm just curious on the decommissioning of these. So it sounds to me like once this solar farm is up and running, the power can go anywhere it needs to go, including out of our state. If that's where it needs to go, that's where it will go. So, but in terms of the decommissioning, these panels they will end up in a local landfill regardless. I mean, you're not going to ship them someplace else. They will, from what I'm reading right now, it seems to me like these, once they're decommissioned, right now the plan is that they would be landfill waste, most likely, and there may be some hazardous components in them as well. I'm not sure if the e-waste is, they process this in a way to pull out the materials that may be of concern, but the bulk of this ends up in a landfill. Is that correct?
I mean, I can't speak to exactly where these solar panels are going to go. There are robust recycling programs that happen because of the kind of the components that are in these modules. So yeah, that's about, I can't say with any specificity, where these panels are going to go after decommissioning.
And I'm not sure this is fair to Susan, but I'm just, in terms of the amount of material we're talking about, does this actually have an impact on our life cycle of our landfill that Sedgwick County currently uses? Does this actually have any impact on that in terms of life cycle?
I mean, I would refer to Susan at one of the previous MAP APC meetings. She kind of gave a good description of this process and how there really isn't any issue with like the capacity of the landfills in the area.
I need it.
And then, again, one other question I have is relevant to the size of our community. How much electricity do we as a whole need to run, say, Sedgwick County on an average day or per hour, or let's say per day might be good. So I have an understanding exactly, you talk about how many megawatts this will generate. What percentage of our total power needs does this actually meet if we were to use that power here?
I'm not sure of the exact load of the county or say Wichita, but
I think, Commissioner, I think Susan does have an answer to that. We've kind of chatted through that if you'd like to ask Susan.
I'd love to get that answer. Yep.
Okay, Susan Erlenwine, I'm Environmental Resources Director. Your question about where the panels may go, there are many companies out there that will recycle solar panels. In fact, Dynamic, the company that we are looking for our e-waste event, recycles solar panels, and the material in them can be recycled. If you were to dispose of it as a waste product, it would go down to like Plum Thicket landfill in Harper County, which has a 50-year lifespan right now. And in addition to that 50 years, they have the capacity to expand horizontally out and add more acreage and more life to the landfill.
And so in terms of an e-waste effort, does the taxpayer then pay that cost, or is that something that
That would be the company producing the waste would pay that cost.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting anyone brings solar panels to our e-waste event, but what I'm saying is that company does recycle solar panels.
No, we haven't talked about that yet. That's probably not our subject today, but we do know there's lots of solar panels in the community now.
Yeah.
Eventually, they're going to start showing up somewhere. So
That's
it might be a
correct.
concern. Between solar panels and there's other concerns about the expansion use of electronic vehicles, for example. What happens in the life cycle of that there's a lot of concerns about. This topic, that's not the subject for today, but I guess I just have a concern about the fact that we ought to be looking at the entire life cycle of what this does to our community, not just the power, power generation side, but where does this end up down the road?
Lithium batteries are a whole topic on their own, but
No, they are.
But I know University of Kansas is currently researching recycling of solar panels also.
Thank you again. And back to Connor for just a second. So maybe Connor or you or Mitch, if neither one of you can answer the question right now, I guess I'd be interested in anybody who can, based on the, say, 640 acres or 1,500 acres power generation, what percentage of the power needs does that generate for Sedgwick County? I would like to know that. So
we could
have
easily
the answer. Please try to get that for me. I love that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Connor. Appreciate your feedback there. Next up, Jennifer Connolly, and then Kent Rowe.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Connolly, and I live at 3353 North 159th Street East. And I just wanted to say I was really appreciative of the military people you had in here today. My late husband is a military guy, and that's where I'm coming from right now, is what the military is doing. By 2035, I believe I just pulled this up a little while ago, so bear with me because I'm just going to read this. The military has become increasingly reliant on microgrids. It plans to incorporate them in 100% of its bases by 2035. The same year, it intends to deploy an all-electric fleet of non-tactical vehicles. Microgrids provide renewable, reliable energy for military can use in case of a widespread power outage. Now, they use battery backups. We're changing the way we're doing battery backups. There's a lot of research that's going into it. And they'll have commercial battery backups, and that's was part of your question. We also, if somebody else didn't bring that up, we do rely on natural gas for those times where it dips. There's other experts in the field. I'm not an expert. I'm just a person interested in this kind of stuff. I know the military uses it because, well, I had a nephew who ran trucks, the Humvees, a very dangerous job because they didn't have any protection on them for a long time. And they would run these fuel trucks, and they were very, very exposed to being blown up because of that. And I think that's one of the reasons the military is going to it in and off the field, is because they're very concerned about where we're getting our energy sources. We've fought a lot of wars over energy. We don't know what's going to happen next with our energy. We also have a lot of problems with, cyber attacks. It's happening more and more often with our businesses, with everything that we do. And we need to be looking at all sorts of energy that we can get. People are right about coal. Coal is becoming obsolete. It's the most expensive form of energy that we have now. Right now, I don't remember what bill it is up in Topeka. I'm sure it's by the electric company, but they don't want to take their stranded asset and discontinue it because it would cost them money to take it down. But right now, coal is more expensive for the consumer than anything else. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, very good. Thank you for sharing your feedback, Ms. Connolly. Next up, Kent Rowe and then Alvin Neville.
Hello, Commissioners. Good to see you once again for a 3-minute sprint here to remind you that as the judge of papers for the 51st North American Power Symposium, I judged a lot of innovations that are occurring out there. And just today I heard that Grid Utility has been hired by the Southwest Power Pool for their interconnection lifecycle management. I would like to remind you that also that the Universal Zoning Code does meet the economic, political, and social needs of this county. However, Kansas is one of 5 or 6 states that does not allow power purchase agreements. It's mostly the southern states, a few southern states that don't allow this. This has held up renewable energy considerably. There is a bill, HB 2227, that would alleviate this. Even so, this is such a radical thing for the state of Kansas to do to keep in place that Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is considering eliminating the opt-out of the power purchase agreements. I have a lot to say, but I will say that, yes, the military and also the health sectors benefit from renewable energy. Climate change is probably the #1 issue with the military right now. A regressive policy on renewable energy only exacerbates the threat of war, and resiliency on the electric grid. And for instance, August 10th, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, they were calling for more power. so much power that they had to utilize energy from storage. And there they violated, and this is a nightmare for us electrical people. They violated the frequency response index. That means it dropped below that duty cycle of 60 cycles per second. As far as concern here locally, if electrification policies are so regressive that you would rather see encroached properties around these areas, these cities of Colwich, Mays, paved settlements, gas stations, vehicle salvage yards, shopping malls, and other scraped landforms. Otherwise, what about conservation easements instead? Pollinator gardens, butterfly dells, native plant and animal spaces, and public walking trails, and so forth. This is what we think is best for this county, and that would certainly augment a culture of solar energy as well as wind. This body dissolved wind energy for this county. And Commissioner Dennis, to answer your question about these blips, that's what the blades do on these large windmills, is they keep that frequency stable. And that is really important with production and so forth. We've seen that. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate your feedback and insight. Next up, Mr. Neville, and then Walt Chappelle after that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I won't repeat. I know we're running behind. I'll just say I like what Mr. Lindemer came up with earlier, one of the first speakers, as far as his information. And I believe you've received a couple letters that I've written concerning landowner rights, or how I feel about it, because I'm very passionate about the landowner rights for all people, not just in our area. We own the ground. We just feel like, we should have a lot of say in what we can do with it and not be totally restricted. I know there's rules that's got to be followed in that. If a project goes through, a landowner still pays their taxes on the ground all the way through. If there's an improvement on it, that'll be up to the authorities on how that's going to be taxed or carried out over the years. Our main concern is that the project, if there's one that's developed, looks good to the community, is environmentally safe in all aspects, and that the decommissioning process is rock solid. You got to understand, we as landowners are in the area. We're not out-of-state landowners that don't care about the community, because we do. And solar can be a clean, quiet neighbor. I got some information here sometime back, and don't quote me on the actual number, but as clean energy, for instance, an ethanol plant can produce over 175,000 tons of carbon a year that goes up into the air polluting. Solar panels, I believe, are pretty energy efficient and environmentally friendly. When you're looking at the acres that one can use in a project, you need to take into consideration easements that's affected in the acreage that's being looked at. Out in our area, we have multiple lines going from Evergy cross country, and those have 90 to 100-foot easements that are taken up. Solar panels or anything like that can't be put on it. Let me see. They talk about the construction of panels and stuff like that being a nuisance to the community. What do housing developments do? I mean, there's building that goes on there for years. We will still own the ground where the solar panels are. That is our right. We could have sold, we could have leased, but when this is all over with, we'll still have the ground in our possession. And just one quick thing, I am against cities having authority too far out into the fringe area, especially when some cities aren't growing very fast and they're restricting what we can or can't do with our ground. Questions? Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming and sharing. Okay, next up, Walt Chappell, and then Annette Thieding. So we have 4 more individuals that are signed up to share. Hello, Walt.
Hello, Ryan. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Walt Chappell. I live here in Wichita, Kansas. I've been involved with solar energy for at least since 1973. I've seen lots of projects over the world. Helped put together the solar industry in India. It's now 25% of their electricity is coming from solar photovoltaics because we started with a small 100 kilowatt project, and now we have one of the largest amount of solar applications throughout the world. So this is not new. I want to come back to my friend Dave Dennis. You asked a good question, Dave. The electricity going from solar goes into the grid. You had that explanation. This project will also have, each one of them will have probably battery storage. So during the day, they're either going into the grid for distribution or storing the energy for use in the evening. What this does is protect the industries in Sedgwick County, because what the Southwest Power Pool does, their offices are in Little Rock. So they have a big computer screen, hundreds of different monitors. They're following the supply and demand, and they're able to say, okay, where do we need the electricity? If you're close to a facility like the one you're referring to, they can divert line of least resistance right to that facility to make sure that we're protecting Sedgwick County businesses and homes. This is a very much a win-win situation. I want to speak specifically about God's laws, because I know each of you folks are very much committed to the understanding that we can do all the things we want to do as far as individuals, human beings. We can write regulations, we can approve or disapprove what you have in front of you today. But the bottom line is we have to have enough surface area. That's God's law. The sun comes down, we change photons to electrons. The only way that happens is to have enough surface area. You've got to have at least 750 acres to produce 100 kilowatt. It's not just the collection area, but it's also where you're going to have your access roads, where you're going to put your storage, where do you have your setbacks. All this has to be taken into consideration. So we have 3 substations basically in Sedgwick County. Those are the main entry points for solar. Not all over the county. That involves 1% of the land area. You're only talking about 1% of the land area that you're trying to consider. I hope that you'll go ahead and approve this moratorium, go ahead and approve the recommendations from the Planning Committee and finish the moratorium, allow projects to start moving forward. We need that electricity to protect our families and our businesses here in Sedgwick County. Thank you so much.
Very good. Okay. Right on time. Thanks, sir. Appreciate the feedback as always. Next up, Annette Thieding, and then Brooke Etheridge.
I'm going to tell you my personal story, and then I'm going to tell you why you want to know, why you care. I'm Annette Thieding. My husband is Roy Thieding. We live in that old firehouse at 5728 North, 151st Street West, Colwich, Kansas. The resolution that has been presented to you so far focuses on those farmers who have either leased or sold their land. I don't know what the full story is on that, but I know that it skips over people like me. The front of my home is 151st. The north side, the east side, and the west side are going to be solar panels. On the north side, it floods all the time. The water stays stagnant there. Well, these pylons that I saw inserted were inserted in a flood zone. There is nothing in the resolution that will protect that from contaminating my well water, because we know that steel corrodes much more quickly in water, okay? 2, the resolution will not protect my soil. My farmer in the back, his water floods and goes down to my back garden on the east side. On June 26, 2023, in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, they have a solar farm that was hit by lightning, and it broke miles of solar panels from what I could see in the picture. I do not live in a flood zone, a hail-free zone either. So I believe that the probability of these solar panels breaking open, and we know there are contaminants in them, will eventually, the water will flood into my back garden. I will have shattered glass, and I will have contaminants in my garden. Third, this resolution that's passed so far does not protect the market value of my home. Based on what I've seen of other utility-scale solar farms, I believe that it will reduce, it will not lack curb appeal, and it will make it much harder for me to sell my property. Fourth, and this may be one of the most intense reasons, is that this will forfeit our right to privacy, because these will have, as disclosed in a previous meeting, these will have cameras on them within 40 feet of my home, pointed at my home, okay? I'm using this as an example to reveal that the current solution is inadequate, because this solution will not protect Sedgwick County from lawsuits. Therefore, I believe the clearest solution with maximum protection would be to honor both the City of Colwich's area of influence and the City of Mesa's area of influence, and also to allow for future growth. Oh, one last thing, just half of a second. I also highly recommend that Sedgwick County adds a clause that says Sedgwick County will negotiate with and hold responsible the owners of the project.
Mrs. Teeting, thank you for your feedback. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next up, two more speakers. Brooke Etheridge.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Etheridge, and I live at 12220 West Hunters View Street in Northwest Wichita. I first want to thank you for taking this seriously and asking questions today, that you have a good understanding of what we're working with. Many people here have been recruited to speak in support of solar energy here in Kansas. This situation today is not about whether you are for or against solar. This is about planning and protection for our community, and I appreciate that you're looking at that. It is about the growth and development of Sedgwick County. Creating regulations in no way ban solar from Sedgwick County. It protects our community and allows for growth and development of Sedgwick County. I also urge you to extend the moratorium, as well as encourage leaders to not get distracted about the support of solar energy itself that is being presented, but to help protect Sedgwick County and our communities. Thank you for all you do for our community.
Very nice. Thank you, Ms. Etheridge. Okay, last speaker, Mr. Greg Ferris. Hello, sir.
How are you today?
Good.
Long meeting. You guys have done good moving it. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of County Commissioners, my name is Greg Ferris. Not representing anyone today, which is very unusual for me before a governing body, just representing myself as a citizen. I have some concerns about this whole process. Interestingly enough, you had the people that work in the energy industry stand up and say, we love exactly what's been done. How often does that happen in government, where you really have basically no compromise? You just have one side saying, we love what was done. And I don't blame them, because really there's very little in this document that protects the citizens of Sedgwick County. And here's the issue I have, is what you're doing today is regulatory. You have a vast range that you can do in regulatory. Once you condense that down into what you have seen today and approve that, you now have the rules. The rules are now in place. If somebody does put in an application and they follow the rules, it's very difficult for you to deny those requests, because you're now a quasi-judicial board and you must only look at the rules. And those begin then with Policy 10, as we all are aware. And one of the very important elements of Policy 10, and you know, Jim, and you know, most of you know me well, I'm a big land use guy, which you be able to do with ever what you want. But that ends where your right to use your land ends when it impacts the guy right next to you. That's the golden rules, as clear as can be. That's the issue here. What I gave you was a report, and you can go just put in there solar panels in California. Many years ago, they thought this is going to save California. We're going to have solar panels. They gave big tax exemptions and did all of this, and now they can't figure out what to do with these solar panels. With all due respect to the people that say they're easy to recycle, that's not what all the reports in California are saying. They're saying they can't recycle them because it's not cost efficient. You might be able to do 1 or 2. You're not going to do 300,000. They are going to end up in your landfill. They do have heavy metals. They are going to have an impact on the environment. I know solar is being pushed as the environmental panacea. The problem is that there are many things far-reaching to that. The photo I gave you was a photo of what a farm looks like. That's what some of these people get to live next to and see every day is that photo that you have there. So while that land use and land rights are important, you have to be careful how you go. Remember, you're looking at regulatory today. It's probably time to defer this item, push it down the road a little bit. You're gonna move your moratorium anyway. Move it a little more. Look a little harder. The decommissioning part, which I didn't have time in 3 minutes to go over, is what that article is about. It's so broad and so important that you can't neglect it. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Very good. Mr. Ferris, thank you for your comment and feedback. Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you, everyone that came and supplied comment and feedback and your insight into public comment. We have a lot of public comment that was received today. We also had several documents that were provided that I want to make sure gets inserted into the record for the county clerk. Because of the amount of public comment today, I want to make a motion to receive and file public comment for the record.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez. Aye. Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, that brings us back to item F at hand and just bringing discussion back to the bench. Any questions or comments from what we've heard today? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I also want to thank all the public that came to speak today, all the folks that are landowners, that are developers. I especially want to thank the MAPD and MAPC because they've spent an awful lot of time and effort on this. Thank you for everything that you've done. I appreciate it very much. I am going to make a motion at the end of this, but I'd like to articulate some of my thoughts and reasoning that is before us. I want to make sure that everyone understands, and I've said it a number of times, but I don't know if everybody has heard, I am not opposed to solar. I've said that in meetings a number of times. But I believe there is more to be done. I don't believe we're at the final place right now. Some of the things that I think we still need to do, and I'll try and go through each one of those, but I believe that a review of the solar moratorium regulations is extremely important. It's been a very taxing responsibility, and I've thanked those that have been involved in that. With solar energy as a rapidly developing field, has become a national issue. The MAPD staff clearly exerted significant personal time and effort to review this issue. With that said, I'm concerned that too much of the focus has been on those topics initially emphasized at the town hall, not on research nationally. I'm afraid that there may be best practices and regulations that are commonly implemented that we have not had an opportunity to consider or thoroughly vetted for Sedgwick County. In addition, it's become more apparent as of late that many topics and proposed regulations aren't clear-cut. There are strong opinions on both sides. I appreciate the fact, as I've already said, that MAPC staff and MAPC are professionals of high-quality caliber. With that said, they are not the experts, specifically in the field of solar energy conversions. I think that the board would agree with me that the goal here is not to simply implement regulations, but to implement the right regulations that are appropriate for Sedgwick County, its communities, industries, and citizens. To do so, I would believe that it would be beneficial for a professional consulting firm with expertise in the field of solar energy and regulations to review all potentially augment the recommendations that are in front of the board today. So where does that leave us? Well, as such, I do want to make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners defer this item for 1 month to April 3rd, 2024, for the purpose of the purchasing department and county staff reviewing options for potentially procuring a consulting firm, with said consulting firm to ultimately provide insight and recommendations as to appropriate changes to our unified zoning code. The initial 1 month deferral will give staff the opportunity to keep the board apprised of advances towards this goal, and a consulting firm, if any, to be utilized, and anticipated timeframes for the completion. Thank you. I appreciate everything everyone's done.
Okay. There is a motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's pause before we call roll. And is there any other additional comments or questions or? Commissioner Meitzner, forget Commissioner Meitzner.
Yeah, I would agree. We hadn't even discussed this, but you're right in line with what I was thinking. I love everything you've done, and I love all of the input we've had, but there is conflicting statements and conflicting information related to, people think it creates thousands of jobs, and maybe operationally it may not be thousands, it might be a smaller number of jobs. So there's jobs, there's incentives, the taxable revenue impact that I see some that says it's millions of revenue for taxes, and others say, well, there's zero. I think your slide 60 conflicts that. So there's just a lot of, and then the size limitations, there's enough conflicting information that I think a really good advisory committee that could really, and plus the legal implications are monstrous. So that's why I've seconded that motion. Thank you.
All right, appreciate those comments. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a little bit more time would be helpful to me personally. I have a lot of, I feel like conflicting information as well I need to sort through personally. I'm not so sure that we need to be in such a rush. I think a month would be reasonable, so I'll probably support the motion. But for example, I don't think we've heard a fiscal analysis of this. I see Brent just moved over here, but in terms of a fiscal estimate to the county, how does this impact, should we approve what's been put in front of us today? How does this impact Sedgwick County fiscally? I think I understand that utilities under the Kansas Constitution are assessed at 33%. Agricultural stuff, I believe, is assessed, I believe, at 25%. But that's a 6-year average net usage formula. It's very complicated. So I don't know necessarily, what impact this has on our governing body in terms of dollars. How do things change? I'm still concerned about this is a very rapid technology. In the last 5 years, we've seen huge growth of solar farms across the entire country. But it's new technology, and at the end of the day, I am concerned about what happens to this community when these things hit end of life cycle. And I don't think we actually had information that talks about that very much. I mean, we talked about what happens right now and today. So I'm a little concerned about down the road what happens. I don't think we have good answers on that right now. I'm a little concerned about the idea that this is somehow going to save our energy shortage needs or solve that problem. I don't know that this generates enough power to do that, but we haven't got any information on that alone. That's very basic information. We need to have that. So I just feel like there's more work to do, and I don't think I'm ready to move forward. But in terms of the fiscal, I call it a fiscal note. What would you say about that, Mr. Brent?
Thank you. Commissioner Howell, members of the Board of County Commissioners. For the record, I'm Brent Shelton, your Deputy CFO. As we've looked at solar specifically and compared that to other types of development that could occur, the state statutes are very explicit in how solar equipment is taxed. It is exempt for the first 10 years of its implementation. So during that period of time, it is depreciated down to 1/5 of its cost new. So for instance, a $10 million investment in solar would go on the tax rolls in year 11 at about 5% of that cost new. It's depreciated down to 20%, and then it's got an assessment rate of 25%. It's a commercial rate. So what we see is that comparatively to other commercial development, which has the same assessment rate and might be taxed immediately, even with a deferral or a tax exemption, a commercial development will yield about 5 times the tax revenue to the governments that a solar farm will.
And so how does that compare to the agricultural use of that same property?
Agricultural use, the solar farm will yield more than the agricultural use because the underlying land is still going to be taxable. It's just that solar equipment that's installed on that land is not taxed for 10 years.
And we've not talked today about, someone mentioned it just a moment ago, but the issue of incentives. Let me just talk about tax credits. I know there have been tax credit programs that I think are changing under federal law. Do we understand that very well? Is there some time pressure for us to rush this because of changing federal law as it relates to tax credits? And again, what are those credits? I'd like to understand it. And does that have any impact on the state or local government in terms of tax liabilities for those tax credits being provided to landowners?
I'm not aware of those or of a time constraint that we're under, but we could look into that as well.
I think we ought to have a better understanding of that as well. I would like someone to validate. So one of the speakers today talked, and this may be not for you, but this may be more for Susan. One of the speakers today talked about groundwater contamination, hail damage, broken glass, metal, steel, corrosion in the ground, and drainage and floodplains and all those comments. Can you share with us any concerns or any validation of those comments?
Again, for the record, Susan Erlenwein, Environmental Resources. In our original code, and it's that we worked on for solar farms, and it's still there, we would require material safety data sheets of what they're going to use on the property. I would review those. Well, I think that was in the addition, and make recommendations as to any material that would be an issue for the future. We would also require testing before anything's built there, groundwater, to determine what's already in the water, up gradient and down gradient from the solar farm, and then at 5-year intervals through it or more frequently as necessary to determine if any contamination is occurring, because solar farms are going to be in areas where people have private water wells, and it's important to protect those water wells.
And so if they find contamination, then what happens?
If there's contamination, I'd report it to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and get them involved in remediation.
Okay, so they would potentially order remediation, and there'd be some type of restoration to the landowners that are being impacted by the contamination. We don't know what that would be, but
right.
Okay. So I'll just repeat myself. I feel like we have a lot of questions. I'm not ready to move forward yet. I think we've had great conferees today on both sides. We've had a lot of email on both sides. I think taking a month at this is reasonable. In fact, I would tell you that I think there's a lot of folks that are really confused about exactly what is being proposed here. I think the community needs a little bit of time to process what's being proposed here. We've heard from some of the neighbors and of course some of the farmers that would benefit from this, but we haven't really heard from people across the county otherwise. And so I think I'd like to see the audience speak to this as a little bit larger than just the neighbors and the farmers that potentially would have these on their properties. And so I would probably support that motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this so far. I know it's been a lot. And if there's no time constraint that this has to be done today, I do think that while we have a ton of information, there's still more that I would feel more comfortable voting on if we had before we get there. So I'm in favor of waiting a month and looking into this a little bit further, as long as there's nothing that would cause issue with that, and it doesn't sound like there is. So I would be in favor of the motion as well.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. I want to just give a couple thoughts briefly. That way I'm on the record for this. It sounds as if we're going to have favor to extend this. I think I think it's reasonable. This is a big decision, a generational decision for this community, and this is important. I am sensitive to both sides of this conversation. I live in an area of influence in an unincorporated Sedgwick County. I didn't ask to be put in an area of influence, so I'm sensitive to that conversation, very sensitive to that conversation. I'm also sensitive to the other side of that because I sit on a board that has to make decisions for the better part of an entire county. So that matters, and I understand that. I also know that we desperately need to diversify our energy utility. That we need to diversify. This is an important thing, and that's also part of an economic development plan. We also have other big needs. We have a housing need, we have a commercial need, we have an industrial need. There's significant needs in this community. That's why a balance is important. It's incredibly important. So I will be in support if we have commissioners that don't feel like we can arrive at that balance. I'm supportive of having this conversation because this discussion is incredibly important, and we have to understand what is the highest and best use of this community. So there is a motion and a second. Commissioner Howe?
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. So we're on item F right now, and there's also item G, which is for a extension of the moratorium. So this motion, is this in reference to item G, or are we doing receive and file of item F, and then a motion for item G to defer for 1 month? Please explain the two items in this motion, please.
Certainly. Kirk Sponsor, Deputy County Councilor. As proposed by Commissioner Dennis, this would be a 1 month continuance or deferral essentially of item F, as well as instruction for purchasing and other county staff to work at getting a consulting firm to come in and help review and analyze this situation as well. Item G is not before the board yet. I will make a separate presentation on that item.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. So, Madam Clerk, just call the roll.
Commissioner Meissner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye, 5-0, motion carries. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item G, consideration of an extension of the solar energy conversion systems moratorium.
And there's Kirk Sponsor.
Kirk Sponsor, Deputy County Councilor, once again. As was previously discussed briefly, a solar moratorium was put into place on September 13th, 2023. That was in regards to these solar energy conversion systems. It was for 6 months, approximately 6 months. That term is expiring on March 20th of 2024. This item was placed on the agenda after item F and in recognition of the fact that we are getting close to the end of that time frame, to the end of that moratorium. I wasn't sure how item F would turn out. Certainly, if that had been resolved differently, there would be different discussions, different considerations. As such, the recommended action before you is just to take the action as deemed appropriate by the Board of County Commissioners. As we heard on item F, that item has been deferred for 1 month. So the question to the board becomes the question that, with you not having adopted solar regulation changes and have not completed final review and analysis, do you deem it beneficial to further extend the moratorium of the solar energy conversion systems? I would point out that this moratorium was put into place given the grand scale that solar energy conversion systems can take and the impact they can have on the community. I recall that several different types of impact were stressed by the board when the moratorium was initially put into place, that they wanted more time for staff to analyze and consider. Given that review has not been completed on the item, I would defer to the board on if you do think it beneficial to extend the moratorium in order to give further review and analysis. The template in front of you was a generic 3-month extension. The thought process behind that was that would still give wiggle room if the board were still working on item F, for them to perform certain procedures such as referring it back to MAPC, deferring it once, things of that nature. Now, if the goal is now to include an outside group, a consulting firm, and bring them into the fold, get them reviewing the situation and consulting with planning staff, at that point, in order to incorporate all that and still allow for certain processes such as further deferrals or referral back to MAPC, I do believe it might be more practical and realistic if the moratorium was potentially closer to 6 months than to 3 months. But with that said, I would stand for questions. I would ask the board to take action as they deem fit.
Okay. Before we open up for question or comment, I do want to let everyone know that our contract with KPTS expires at 1 p.m. So if you're watching us on KPTS, you can continue following the BOCC meeting on YouTube or Facebook. So with that being said, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And first of all, I want to thank Kirk has done a yeoman job on trying to get me to understand how that this process needs to work. Even though I've been involved in planning for a long time, Scott and his staff have done a great job of helping us work through this. Justin, there's been a lot of people because this is kind of confusing what we're doing right now. So I've been working with them to figure out the steps that we needed to go through. That's why it looks a little clunky right now, because we had one thing on our agenda. I'm going to have another, the second thing on the agenda is an extension of that. Now I want to explain why that we need that too. Because if you remember in my motion, I want to get an outside agency or expert to do a thorough evaluation of this, and I don't think it can be done in 30 days. So let me read a little bit of information and see if everybody understands where that I think we need to go. And honestly, this is after a lot of meetings and a lot of discussions on how that we need to proceed forward to do what's best. So I'd like to shortly make a motion to extend the moratorium to September 13th, 2024. But before making a motion on that matter, I would like to more fully articulate my reasonings for the said proposal as follows. Please recall the comments that I just made in regards to item F, because we don't know today what we don't know. To make a good decision, we need someone to help us a little bit more with that. I believe that a 6-month extension is much more realistic and manageable time frame in which to get the recommendations from the consulting firm. I would also incorporate by reference the prior reasons and sentiments that the Board of County Commissioners gave way back when we first implemented the solar moratorium. I would still stress the potential significant impacts that solar projects could have on our community, and I'm still in favor of solar. I am still extremely interested in the potential impact that commercial solar energy uses may have on a region, a community, including impacts on public safety, economic development, the environment, aesthetics, and so forth. I would point out how much time and effort that's been devoted to this topic by staff. They were not delaying or wasting time as we moved forward with this. Rather, it's simply a monumental topic that entails many facets for analysis and discussion. While extensive effort has been given to meet the timing expectations of the original moratorium, I find that extending the moratorium to bring in a consulting firm with experience on advising similar municipalities would benefit us in effectively addressing the topic at hand. Therefore, I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve an extension of the solar energy conversion systems moratorium to September 13th, 2024, and adopt a resolution substantially similar to the one that we had in the past that is attached to your backup material, Well, with the moratorium expiration date changed to September 13th, 2024, and authorized publication of said resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've heard my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Meitzner.
I can appreciate that motion, and it's a suggestion for 6 months, but I think the public and we all, my personal thought is in 30 days. It likely will go longer than that, but to evaluate and maybe they can find, maybe a consulting firm could be, they could investigate into that and find out, hey, we can give you a solution. We may already have options in 60 or 90 days. So I personally would like to just keep the 30-day and then have an update at that time.
Can I address that?
Please, yeah,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Dennis.
And we talked about this very thing. And the moratorium can be stopped any time prior to that if we get the information that we need. So this just gives us the time if the consultant requires longer. But if the consultant comes back and gives us something that we can give to the MAPC that they can then incorporate into our regulations in 30 or 40 or 50 days, whatever it is, at that point in time, we can terminate the moratorium at any point. We don't have to go that full time. I just want to give a pad to make sure that we give it enough time for that consultant to give us information.
Okay. Commissioner Howe?
Just wanted to have council confirm what was just stated.
And I can address that question, I think, and Kirk can correct me if I get any of this wrong, but within the draft resolution on page 407, the resolution indicates that the moratorium, and again, this part of the resolution would stick with the amendment and the motion that Commissioner Dennis made, that it would be until a date certain, now that date's September 13th, 2024, or until the effective date of the zoning code provisions described earlier in that resolution. In other words, an adoption of a resolution that the county commission and then ultimately, I guess, the city council of Wichita as well might make. So there's a self-terminating provision in there that if this was done earlier than 6 months, this moratorium would end. I would defer to any comments Kirk may have to clarify on that as well, though.
Yeah, and I would also indicate, I agree with Councilor Wagner's interpretation. I would also point out the concept of ending this earlier. Besides those two options, Section 4 indicates, I apologize, Section 3 indicates that in all respects other than those matters identified within Sections 1 and 2 of this resolution, the original resolution shall remain unchanged. And so it's kind of incorporating the other concepts within the original resolution. And as part of the original resolution and the original moratorium, Section 4 also indicates the moratorium imposed by this resolution may be extended, amended, or terminated earlier than its expiration date by subsequent resolution approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
So there's that language as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So in my restating of what you just said, I think what this moratorium does actually is it defers any projects to be coming before MAPC or before the BOCC. Those projects are deferred with a moratorium pending regulations to be adopted. So item F, for example, once we adopt those regulations, as we just discussed in item F, then the moratorium can be rescinded and those projects can come forward.
Yeah, yes, and I hesitate just because the way that's written, it was if they're approved by the county and by the city. But yes, if that approval is reached by both simultaneously, then yes, then they can go forward.
So to Commissioner Meitzner's comments earlier, I don't think that this is likely to be 30 days. It's going to be 60 to 90 days. I believe that's kind of a minimum time frame for this to happen, based on what you just said, Mr. Kirk. So
yeah.
I don't know if it's fair to say, if the moratorium can be 6 months, but we can end it earlier, I think that's fine. To the maker of the motion, I think that's okay. I don't want the public to think we're pushing this off for 6 months necessarily. I think at the end of the day, we need to come forward and deal with this one way or the other, and I'd like to do that as soon as possible, but we need our time. So if that ends up being a couple of months to get the regulations in place, or a month or whatever, then we have the city of Wichita is going to do their part, or whatever it's going to be. It might be 60 to 90 days before we actually see a project come before us, even under that accelerated timeline. End of the day, I'm fine with the moratorium being 6 months, understanding that. Thank you so much.
Well, I think this has been helpful. Thank you, Kurt. We have a motion and a second, so let's call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Lopez.
Oh, okay. Well, understanding the explanation, and I just, I'm hesitant to say aye because the speed of government is a little quicker when there's deadlines that are voted on versus open-ended delays that could come. So, but I'll heed the enthusiastic response from my colleagues that say, if we got a decision, we're going to end the moratorium right away. And they're all nodding yes, so I will vote aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. And again, remember, this is a joint regulation between Wichita and Sedgwick County. First step is we have to hire a consultant, then we have to get the feedback from a consultant, run that back through so that we can incorporate whatever they put into the joint regulations and bring it back to us. So that could never happen in 30 days. So, aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No comments, but aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. And let's get to work. So, thank you. Motion passes. Go. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to keep pushing. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item I, reconsideration of item 2 of the regular meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts on February 1st, 2024, LED display monument signs for Health Department.
Good we have the most popular guy in Sedgwick County, Joe Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director, and as was mentioned, this is a reconsideration of an item that was originally presented to you on February 7th, and is the LED display monument signs for Health Department facilities, Health Department, and we're re-presenting it back to you. Where the recommendation is to accept the bid from United Signs LLC in the amount of $102,000. So I'll be happy to, or either staff will be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, I was the one that asked to defer this item because I had a lot of questions on it. I still have some concerns on the life cycle of this, who's going to pay for replacing them at the end. I still don't understand why that the most important thing that we can do to battle COVID is to put LED signs out. I've talked to Tim. I've received emails from Adrian. It still bothers me, but move to approve.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Commissioner Howe.
Just remind me, please, there's something wrong with the sign that's on Central.
For the record, Tim Coppin, Deputy County Manager. That sign is old, it leans, it is not interchangeable. We can't use it to do messaging that we would be able to do with these new signs.
But in terms of being old, is it broken in some way? You said it.
It appears that structurally it's got quite a lean to it. I don't know that we've evaluated how long it would last in that current condition, but it does not present very well.
Do we have intention to continue to use that site for a very long? I mean, I know we've talked about Health Department, footprint where we happen to operate out of. That's been a topic that's come to us numerous times. I mean, so what's our opinion in terms of long-term commitment to that site?
In terms of that site, I think it's up to a lot of different moving pieces as far as facilities go in the county. But we do know, we checked, and we do know that those signs are transportable. So if we decide that the health department is going to be relocated somewhere else, we would be able to take those signs and reinstall them at a new location.
And in both of these buildings, the one on 9th and the one on Central, there is words on the building that says what the building's purpose is. I mean, it says Sedgwick County Health Department, correct?
That's correct. The advantage to these signs is that it allows us to message to the community. The intent of the funding that was provided to the health department is to increase awareness and uptake of immunizations. And so the signage that they've identified through the purchasing process would allow them to message the community about vaccinations, when vaccination clinics are being held, that sort of thing. So that's the advantage to a non-static sign.
All right. So thank you for your answers to those questions. I would just say this is the type of spending that frustrates me just a little bit, because the community sees us spend money on things like this. They don't know the source of the funding. They don't know, I mean, they think this is property tax dollars. And when they see this, they get a bit of a opinion about us being wasteful. And I understand that it'd be nice to have these signs, but I don't think this is critical spending. I don't know we actually have a problem to be solved. If the sign out in front of Central is in bad shape, I think you could remove the sign if that's that bad. I think people who are destined to go to our health department facilities, they get there, they see the building, they have no problem, they follow the address, they get there. I don't think these signs are directing people to come to these facilities. And in terms of messaging, honestly, I don't know that we need to do that either. I don't know that this is value added. I don't think we ought to be trying to say things that these signs might be saying. I don't think it's our responsibility necessarily to say those things. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm probably going to vote against this. Thank you.
Okay, and this is a grant fund, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's a grant fund. It's not coming out of general fund or?
Correct.
Well, I'll second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Next item, please.
Item J, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting on February 29th, 2024.
Thomas.
Yes, sir. For the record, Joe Thomas, and these are the items that come from the regular meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts on February 29th. Item 1, however, we will be deferring for at least a couple of weeks, and we'll bring that back to you, and that's for the road improvements. So we're going to go directly to the second item, which is the 2024 crack seal project for Public Works. Recommendation is to accept the low bid from Conspect Incorporated. They're doing business as Kansas Paving, and that's in the amount of $510,563. Item number 3, community e-waste collection event for environmental resources. Recommendation is to accept the proposal from Dynamic Life Cycle Innovations Incorporated. They're doing business as Dynamic Life Cycle Innovations, and that's for a cost of $161,400 and also a collection rate of 22 cents per pound for the duration of the event. Item number 4, upgrade support and maintenance for Granicus, Division of Information Technology. This recommendation is to accept the quote from Granicus in the amount of $5,830 for the one-time hardware implementation cost, and then we'll establish, contract pricing for recurring subscription fees at the rates listed above through February of 2026. Item number 5, software finance agreement, VMware Software for Division of Information Technology. This recommendation is to accept the software finance agreement from Leaf Capital Funding, LLC, and that's in the amount of $614,304. Item number 6, our final item, WEX Vehicle Fleet Card and Related Services, EMS, and various departments. This recommendation is to utilize the Sourcewell contract 0806220WEX. I'm having trouble with my numbers today, sorry. And State of Kansas contract 41829B with WEX Bank for the fleet card and related services, good through September 7th, 2024. And that also has a additional one-year option to renew. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have, or staff is available as well.
Very good. Questions? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be more for Susan again. I hate to. Item 3, the e-waste event. Maybe this is Joe. Maybe this is you as well. So this, I understand, is $161,400 as a base rate plus 22 cents per pound. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the total estimate for this event? I mean, if we have 262,000 pounds like we had last time, what's our cost?
It varies year to year depending on the amount of material, but $250,000 to $300,000.
And when's the last time we did this event?
2 years ago.
Did we as commission already vote to approve this event?
When I presented our budget for this year, that was the event that we had in our
Okay,
budget.
so we approved it during the budget adoption.
Yes.
That's when we approved this.
That's correct.
Okay, so again, I'll just say I'm concerned about please remind me, but these events used to be further apart. The first time we did this was over 1 million pounds. And it was a one event, like a one-day event type of thing.
Right.
And now it's going over longer periods of time, and the number of pounds has dropped way off, but the cost has gone up quite a bit.
It was quite different the very first event, and that's why I'll never do another one-day event.
Right.
It was out at the pavilion at the Coliseum. The company, I think, did an underbid, very low bid, and ended up being at the pavilion for months before they emptied all of the material to El Dorado, and then had it stored outside for a long time. So it was, we're kind of comparing apples and oranges here because of that company.
I'm not sure if it was the first year or the second time we did this, but the e-waste ended up being stored outside nearby. And
That was that first one, the
first
million
one.
pounds.
Has that ever been fixed? Has that ever been remedied?
Yes,
Okay.
it has.
And now the e-waste is processed here somewhere locally? Or
No,
where-
it goes back to Wisconsin.
And we're sure they're actually processing this stuff?
Yes, we receive all of the receipts from them showing how the material is used. It's a zero waste company and nothing sent overseas. It's all recycled.
Okay. I see you have a pound. Does anybody know the pound amount for the last time we did this? Does anybody have a volume estimate what that is in terms of if this, are these materials hazardous waste also? I mean, they should not go to landfill?
Correct. There's gold, silver in these items, and there's also mercury and other hazardous materials, lead, that have to be treated separately.
The nature of the collection is primarily, I would assume, primarily things like TVs, flat screen TVs and that type of thing. Do they have hazardous?
We still get cabinet TVs in, the large plasma TVs, Game Boys, cell phones, all the peripherals for computers, printers, copiers.
Cell phone wise, there's a lot of collection options for cell phones all around the community. So that's not the only option here for that. But
no.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve items 1 through 6. I'd like to deal with item 3 separately.
Okay.
So items 1 through 6 minus item 3.
We have there's a deferral too. So Justin, would you mind clarifying?
Well, and I defer to Joe Thomas. My recollection was item 1 was being recommended for deferral.
Okay.
I guess items 1 and 3 would be not approved in my motion. Items 2 and then items 4 through 6 would be motion for approval.
Okay, clerk, you got that clear? Okay, I'll second that motion then. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, on item 3, I make a motion to approve. I plan on voting no.
Okay, I will second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Chairman Beatty?
Okay, very helpful. Thank you, appreciate you, Joe.
Thank you.
Susan. Okay, Madam Clerk, we keep going. Next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Mr. Stoltz.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commission. Tom Stoltz, County Manager's Office. Recommend approval of consent items K through W.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll go ahead and move to approve kilo through whiskey, but I want to explain kilo just a little bit. Because the manager is going to come around and talk to all the commissioners. Because of open meetings, I couldn't ever talk to the rest of the commissioners, but I can today. This is a large PUD. As I recall, it's 157 acres out in the country. Been in the family for over 100 years. They've got 7 homes on it right now, and they want to build another home. The problem is the 7 homes on there today are non-conforming because of zoning action taking place back in the 80s. And as a result of being non-conforming, if a tornado hit or flood or fire and it was destroyed, they couldn't even rebuild the 7 homes that are on there, even if they're insured. So they learned about this when they tried to pull a permit in order to be able to build an 8th home. And so once that they got involved in it, we had planning, legal, everybody sat down with the owners of the property, and Greg Ferris is actually representing them. He's in the room if you got any questions. But when you rezone and create a PUD, which is really kind of unique. Most PUDs aren't 157 acres to begin with, but they didn't want to carve out just the area that they thought they'd grow. The cost of having that surveyed is more than the cost of the PUD. And we charge by the acre for the PUD. Now remember, Planning Department, they get part of their funding from the city of Wichita, part of their funding from Sedgwick County, and part of their funding from fees. And on a PUD, they charge $30 an acre for the PUD. So this drives the cost of this PUD up an awful long ways. So I just want you to be aware of this when the manager comes around and talks to you about what our discussions were, because I wanted to give you a little bit of background on that. But what they're asking for is a little bit of relief because it's $6,000 or $7,000 to create this PUD just so they can build a house. So there's pros and cons to it in my mind, honestly. So I want you to kind of think about it a little bit before the manager goes through, and he'll have, Justin was in the discussions, because it's going to be a difficult decision on what we do, because if you defer any of those funds, someone else has to still pay for the operation of the planning department. It's a difficult decision, but if you have questions, ask Justin and the manager, because I can't talk to you individually after today, but I wanted you all to be aware that this is kind of a difficult thing going forward. We need to approve this today because he wants to pull a permit to build, and he can't pull a permit until we approve this. So this needs to be approved, but what goes next after that is going to be up to you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Okay, I want to pause before we move on to the next item, I want to pause the Board of County Commission meeting and call to order the governing body of Fire District Number 1 meeting for Wednesday, March 6, 2024. Madam Clerk, please call, or first item, please.
Roll call?
Roll call.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner?
Present.
Commissioner Dennis?
Present.
Commissioner Howell?
Present.
Chairman Beatty?
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
No one has signed up for public agenda. Next item.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, fire meeting minutes of February 7th, 2024.
Yes, we've all had a chance to review the meeting minutes. Any changes, recommendations, or comments? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of February 7th, 2024.
Second.
We have a race to second, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Consent agenda, excuse me. Commissioner Meitzner? Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Chairman Beatty?
Aye, yeah. Next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Manager Stoltz.
Good morning, or good afternoon, again, Commissioners. Tom Stolz, recommend approval of consent item B under the fire agenda.
Yes, yes. Any questions or comments for Manager Stoltz? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve consent item B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Next item, please.
Other.
Any discussions under other fire district? Seeing none, next item.
Executive session?
There is none, so I will duly declare that the Fire District Number 1, governing body of Fire District Number 1 is now adjourned. We'll rejoin the meeting for Board of County Commission. Next item, please.
Other.
Okay. Is there anything other in the County Commission meeting? Okay, Commissioner Meitzner.
Just quickly, it was briefly mentioned, but thank you yesterday for Chairman Beatty was in Topeka. I was up there. He did a nice job on a very kind of quasi-controversial item related to the homeless task force world. And I'll commend Chairman Leah Howe, or Vice Chair Leah Howe, for helping run that and submitting. So that was really helpful. And I was honored to testify at the Father Emil Capen Memorial that will be self-funded. It won't be taxpayer dollars. Memorial somewhere on the grounds of the Topeka Capitol. And aside from that, Chairman Beatty and I were able to have, as you know, Commissioner Howell, just being in the building, you get an opportunity to have a number of conversations. And we had a few meetings that were very, very good and strategic. And then got a chance to visit, walked it down the block and visited with KDOT, update them on the Amtrak world. So anyway, with that, I just wanted to say it was a good day. Those can be long days, but they were good days.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else under other? Okay. I see we're a little out of order here on the agenda. The printed agenda says adjournment. I'm going to move up committee reports. Are there any committee reports that we'd like to share? Okay. Seeing none. We have no executive session. It is 1:28. All of our batteries lasted as long as they could, so we'll call that a win today. A lot of good business got done today. We appreciate everybody's attention, and staff, thank you so much for all the work you put into all these things that we're working on. Anything else that needs to come before the commission today? Okay, seeing nothing. This meeting's now adjourned.